Hello everybody, welcome back to Wampleville. Got ourselves a little bigger figure than usual, 72. Maybe it's about 72. I don't know. At first I was thinking it's more 54, but maybe. This is from Bella Nacht, and I thought that could be interesting. I saw maybe a little combination of that skin tone here, and then I was going to do some sheer cloth as well. We got a little bat over here. See what we want to do with that. I had thought about doing some off-camera object source light, but I think with the sheer cloth, maybe that could be interesting too. So let's see what we can do with this. Hey there, Landrast. It's always wild to see the picture of you and the crew, right? Actually, let me see if I can snag. Do I still? I still have you over here. Okay. I'm just going to. Just want to make sure there's no weird little support nubs over here. You know how it is, Landress. Sometimes you only ever see these buggers when when you get the primer on there. Hey there, Megan. I hope that you're feeling better. I tried to send you some tater pictures there so that you wouldn't be feeling quite so groggy and stuff. But hopefully a little bit better today, and then hopefully a bunch better tomorrow. I was hoping to start a little bit earlier, but this is not too bad. That's good, Megan. That is good. All right, I'm just getting some of the dust off of here. Now let's just start hitting some pre-glaze on this. I don't know, Van Dyke Brown. Looks like we got some Mars Black over here. We'll try a little bit of this and a little bit of that. Hey there, Halligan. Actually, I didn't. Let's see. Well, Georgia is doing Georgia stuff against Kentucky. So I think at this point you're pretty much going to have. It's probably going to be Georgia and Bama, I would think, in the SEC championship. Huge surprise. Cutie Patootie, how you doing? Look at this. You're getting in right at the start, just as we're getting underway here. So everybody, please give Cutie Patootie a follow. Nice to see you there, Brother Exos. So Cutie Patootie, I think you got a chance to see some of this, didn't you, last night? This was our imprintable terrain figure, Arch Villain basing bit, and then actually a Loot Studios plinth. Look at that. Actually, Megan, would you want this file here, this plinth here? Because actually, maybe a certain person could print you out some different size plinths that you could use for things. No problem there, Cutie Patootie. Again, everybody, please give Cutie Patootie a follow. Thank you so much, Brother Exos. Appreciate that. We actually have been using that same basing bit. Well, not same, but that series of basing bits on a bunch of different things. This is another one that we painted up on stream. And where's our... here we go. Here's another one. That's another basing bit right there. There's another Reaper figure. Russian Blue Art, nice to see you here. Hey, Deck Knight, welcome back. Now, we're using traditional oil paints here. And believe it or not, all of those miniatures... Oh, where's our Star Wars Shatterpoint figures here? Here he is. Even this. All of these start out the same way. We're doing what we call a pre-glaze right here. We're just slapping on some darker colors, which you're going to partially wipe away and then work with. So again, here is... we just did this on stream. This was all Thursday. Yeah, this was our Thursday stream right here. So yeah, I saw that the maize in blue was pretty much taking it to well, now Ohio State, hell again, that was a little bit interesting to start, wasn't it? When I saw 10-0 Maryland, I said, wait, what? What's going on there? So great to see everybody here. Now, here's another little, maybe we'll keep this handy. We also did this one on stream, so I get another little example of kind of that sheer cloth right there. Again, some pre-glaze here. Let me see what we can do. Let's get maybe... Oh, you know what? What was really fun, actually, with this one was the Egyptian violet and the skin tones. I think we need to try that again, because that was really fun. Yeah, Halligan, well, I was surprised to see the Terps at 5-0, and then I was surprised to see the 10-0. But sadly, that kind of you could kind of see there was a couple of key plays. We're waiting to see if Horns fan comes in here because Horns fan's not going to be too happy. But well, that's kind of how those things go sometimes. Now this is a little bit more of the Van Dyke Brown in it here. Thank you so much, Russian Blue Art. And of course, Megan, if you want to share your, and same thing, Halligan, you want to share your art there. And of course, Megan, you want to share, I know, I think you just posted a miniature, gosh, was it to Insta or Facebook? I think it was to Insta. You should do that. Oh, look at this. Looky here, Designs by L. Doing a little mischief. Actually, Designs by L, thank you for that. I got one container of the gray, right? The version 2 gray, like we were talking about. I might still get, well, with the generous funds there, I might actually get a container of smoky black because this thing, well, you can't really see it. Do I have one here? This was sort of a half and half mix, smoky black and the gray version 2. It's just the smoky black is down to $24 now. And, okay, that's only $2 less than the gray, but if that can extend the gray, you can see it here. Look at this. So that is about maybe a 60-40 or a 55-45 mix of version 2 gray and smoky black. So for things like this, bigger, heavier things, I don't mind necessarily using the mix of them. And it's a way to kind of save a little bit of money there. Yeah, Halligan, I found a sneaky way to see the game. Actually, I saw the entire Alabama-Texas A&M game. It was basically a YouTube channel. Now, of course, there were times where it would randomly just leave the game because it was, I don't know where the person's from, but let's just say that it's a way to be able to watch the games in an unexpected way. Okay, there we go. There we go. So Megan's posted some Instagram links there. If everybody could please check those out. So we are using, again, traditional oil paints right out of the tube. And of course, well, let's see. Let's grab this. Things must be messy before they can be neat. This is the messy stage right here. Hey, well, looky here. Boy, Pun, I saw that you were streaming just a second ago. Everybody, let's celebrate the return of Pun Expected Painting. Is this your first stream back, Pun Expected? 'Cause I think whether it is or not, we're gonna do this right here. This is a hype train for Pun Expected. First stream back. There it is, the hype train. Hey there, Crypt Shadow. How you doing? Boom, there you go. Hype train. So, Pun, glad to see you back. Gee whiz, when did you stream? Oh, maybe it was during the day? Oh, wait a minute. Did I stream on? Well, I streamed on Thursday, but, well, in any case, Pun Expected, there's a little hype train for you. Hey there, Mr. Alter. How you doing? Great to see you back as well. So Pun Expected, I saw whatever you were painting was colossally huge. So I don't know if you wanted to share some pics or anything like that, or Insta links. That'd be fabulous. Now, I actually put a little bit of Egyptian violet. Oh, check this out, Pun Expected. Check this out. So the pre-glaze on this entire figure was Egyptian violet, even where the skin tone was. And this was really an interesting little mix right here, having the Egyptian violet as a little backtone there. So I thought, well, let's maybe give it a little bit more of a try right here. I'm glad that you're doing well there, Mr. Altier. And hell, again, you're doing your awesome 2D art and the historicals. So everybody please check out the link from Halligan right there. But Unexpected, that's fantastic. That back to the Streamiverse. Yes, okay. Sponge time. Sponge time. Now you'll see that some of the paint comes off, but not all of it. That is because we have ourselves what we call staining colors, and if you were in Pun Stream, you probably heard that term once or twice or thrice. Pun, well, it was it was their usual Terra Rosa slash yellow pale mix. So you got two, and of course we are wiping some of it away, but those two are, those aren't shabby colors either, right? And they, now let's not insult Egyptian violet, but they put up a good fight, and you can see that they were able to make some interesting tones over the top of it. Speaking of interesting tones, we can already start to see that develop here. So Pun, it's great to see. Actually, Pun, I was telling a few folks that because they were asking, well, okay, you keep talking about these other streamers that are doing oils, and I said that you were, and I said that they needed to go give you a follow. So hopefully you got another follow that way too. So great to see you here, and thanks so much for the raid, of course. Appreciate that. Just take a little bit of this away again. This is from Bella Nacht Miniatures. I've got some other ones too. Actually, this. It's not just a bust, but there's also a figure version of this. This is also from Bella Nacht right here. So you might be seeing that at some point there. Well, Pun expected. Yeah, I know. Well, life does crazy things, right? Life does crazy things. You never quite know which direction it'll go. I'm glad that you were able to wheel around back this way, of course, for sure. Here's another one. Now, look at this. This is what I mean. You've heard me say sometimes, the pre-glaze, if it's going to be red, it doesn't have to be a darker red. Or if it's going to be a blue, it doesn't have to be indigo or Prussian blue. Sometimes you do a color that maybe is the exact opposite as your pre-glaze. Maybe you get something nifty. So again, we're just taking away some of this here, not all of it. Not all of it here, just some. Yeah, I'm gonna get a little bit more, take a little off the shoulders, so to speak. Now, let's get into this here. Lady Gwen, nice to see you too. Happy Saturday. Also for folks where it might be Sunday. Where's there? Yeah, Terra Rosa. I might actually go with Radiant Violet here. And let's start to do a little bit of dry brushy stuff here. Little bit of dry brushy stuff, and you can see that again the Terra Rosa. I mean that it's a color that's got a little bit of bite to it. It's very opaque, that's for sure. It's also very much a multi-dimensional color because it's the same stuff we use for our rust. So Lady Gwen, great to see you here. Again, I hope that you had yourself a sensational day. And everybody, again, please check out the Insta links there from Megan, from Halligan. So Megan, hopefully you'll be kind of right as rain soon enough and be able to do the streamy stuff too. And just using a big old filbert brush. You can see not so much the zenithal, right? Because, well, we call this an active zenithal because we can actually use this, right? We're letting that paint actually mix with it. Look at that. See that? See all that purple on there? That was our pre-glaze. Now, if we want to do the sheer cloth thing, we're going to want to get some of that skin tone underneath the cloth, kind of like what we did here. Loot Studios right there. So Lady Gwen, it does a couple of really nice things. First of all, there's just less paint on the miniature, which means it'll be dry soon enough. Like the one that we did last night here, vast portions of this are already dry, and this hasn't even been 24 hours. In fact, it's only been 20 hours, maybe 19 hours or so, and there are parts of this that are already completely dry. Now, that's the other benefit of the dry brushing. Plus, things just happen faster. So we'll get a Discord link there from Pun Expected. Everybody, please go check that out. And of course, please give Pun Expected a follow. So, Lady Gwen, how hopefully you've been able to kind of keep up on painting projects yourself. Lady Gwen, well, I mean, this is Wapelia's spell brush after all. So it may, I guess you just you outed us here, Lady Gwen. Yeah, that's Wapelia's spell brush. Well, of course, in one form. So Wapelia's spell brush in another form with his little buddy Cad right there. Pun Expected. Oh yeah, I don't think you. I'm pretty sure you haven't seen the probably the stuff with the perline red, which I had only ever used in the very first Color Theory and Oils video. It was in the latest one, and wow, that was a really interesting. Wow, look at all that. Did I not say we were going to be mixing with the pre-glaze? That's exactly what's going on here. Lady Gwen, hopefully you'll be able to kind of get back into it. I know, again, sometimes life has other plans. Sometimes the mojo can be a little on the shy side there. But hopefully you're able to kind of get back into the painting there again. Pun, I've been trying to think of kind of the opportune... Oh, actually, Pun, I think I got something interesting to test these along with, because this hasn't been used yet. So again, everything from Mars. So this should be an interesting thing to kind of team up with the ones that just sent here. Now, there's a couple of things. Well, I'm starting to be able to do more multi-part series on the Patreon page, which has really been nice. Alrighty, so now we're starting to. It's almost like we're doing object source lighting, where we're kind of starting, establishing an effect first. Let's get into this here now. We'll, of course, be using our blending brushes, too. We'll make use of those. So I get minimal amounts of paint and blending brush. Already starting to think about blending brushes. Just a little bit of tap there. Let it do its thing, let it mix, do all the stuffs. Hey, Rico's mom, how you doing? And Blades. Hey, Blades, look at this. We got Pun Expected in the house. Thank you so much, Galadriel. Appreciate that. Wait a minute. We'll bring out a new Galadriel for Galadriel. Thank you so much, Galadriel. Appreciate the sub. You know what? Somewhere here's... there it is. Yep. Well, there you go. You get a double. Oh, also a little bit of kind of semi-sheer cloth there as well. So thank you so much, Galadriel. Appreciate that. And everybody, please give Blades a follow too. So Rico's mom, great to see you back. Unexpected. That's that plinth is from Loot Studios, and it's really fantastic because it actually has a little wood grain on it. It's actually got a little bit of wood grain, So we actually painted that up last night after doing the figure. Then we ended up painting the wood grain again. See, we got this kind of nice purple undertones there in the skin. Lady Gwen, in some ways I'm glad it is kind of a work thing instead of other less fortunate things going on. So, like you say, maybe that the hours can be brought down to a low roar there, then some painting time returns. Oh, sorry about that pun. Sorry. It's been a bit of a crazy. Well, this week has not been hadn't been one of the banner weeks ever. It won't go down in the annals of best weeks of all time, that's for sure. Now, again, you can tell this is really, it starts to emerge very quickly. Also, again, with minimal amounts of paint. Less is more. More is always way too much. Look at that. See that? See all that dark color right there? Well, Lady Gwen, anything, anything. Actually, ultimately, it's a good idea to do that. Yes, anything just kind of keeps the muscle memory going and everything. So, really not a bad idea. Actually, here, let me throw a little more of this here. More of this over here. More over there. Have we used anything except just some junky old brush? Well, here we go. There's another filbert brush right here. Just a craft brush. How's about a little radiant gray? A little bit of radiant gray here on the rocks. Radiant gray on the rocks. So Halligan, are we talking a spread of about 30 now? After it wasn't the quickest start there for the maize and blue, but my guess is that they're going to make sure that there's a few points there in the spread. So thanks, Elegant. Yeah, those plinths are really, really, really fantastic. Oh yeah, look at how hard it is to paint this bat. Man, oh man, I don't know. I may not be able to continue. This is so difficult here. Oh wow, may not have the energy to continue for very long because this is very taxing right here. Not quite sure how I'll be able to survive the next hours on stream. I'll be emotionally and physically spent after like 45 seconds of dry brushing. It's as easy to get this bat painted as it is for Georgia to score on Kentucky right now. I think if 10 seconds have gone by, probably Georgia has scored another touchdown again. I think pretty much the only way that doesn't keep getting nastier is probably if they just kind of go, well, okay, let's save some starters for future games. Let me see if I can't get a smidge. There we are. Again, oh, by the way, this is 24 minutes. Yeah. This is a 72 mil fig for all intents and purposes. And 24 minutes ago, they had no paint on it. I'm just saying. I'm just saying, that's all. Yeah, I'm going to go this way. Asphaltum here. Do a little bit of change on the hair. Like this. There. Bring it down this way. Maybe not so much with the Terra Rosa here. Let's see what happens with a little bit of our not Fanchon red. Oh, that was the other thing too in that painting red episode. Pun expected. Basically, the only real difference between Fanchon red and Naphthol red is price. They are pretty much 95% identical in all aspects. How you doing there, Nerifel? Rico, great to see you again. So everybody can please say hello to Rico's mom. And well, again, hopefully the chair is functioning as hoped, and hopefully the other modifications are also kind of making life easier, for sure. Ooh, did not see, this could be interesting. That's the radiant yellow in there. Let's see what happens with this here. Yeah, Nerifel, it was ugly at the start, and then it was still ugly at the half, and then it seemed to be getting ugly in the second half. Nerifel, if you want to share some of your Eldar figures, your Harleys, share some of your Harlequins there in the chat, that'd be fantastic. The big surprise of that video, pun expected, was actually the Perline Red. And the only reason I even used it is just because I thought, well, okay, instead of just being a comparison of Naphthol and Fanchon Red, why don't we throw some other stuff in there that I hadn't used in forever, like the Cadmium Red and the Perline Red. Now, the Perline Red, that's not exactly a cheap color. That is Series 3, so yeah, it's not the cheapest color. I don't know how it really compares price-wise to most, say, alizarin crimson type colors. Oh, guess what? More dry brushy stuff, right? Yeah, using another junky craft brush, by the way. Nerifeld, I mean, they were 5-0. A little bit of past tense now. I mean, certainly better than a very dour season, but yeah, kind of ran into Uga. So yeah, Uga kind of making some nasty on him here. All right, we got a little bit of that in there now. Okay, how's about back to you again? Maybe start to think about a little bit of the brilliant yellow pale going into this. So Recall's mom, I hope that all goes well. Didn't have a chance to check on that rose there to see how that's doing as far as, shall we say, thawing out. Hopefully it will be, well, close enough to thaw it out by tomorrow. Uh-oh. It is a happy birthday for Recoil's mom, which means everybody has to wish Recoil's mom happy birthday in the chat, as we do that here. Well, we already had one hype train for Pun. How's about a hype train for Recoil's mom on a happy birthday for Recoil's mom? There it is, hype train for the happy birthday. There you go. Hey, Grand Oracle, how you doing? Great to see you there, Grand Oracle. There you are. So yeah, that's what it's supposed to be. Halligan, another slow cooker adventure, hopefully. That's for sure. Now look at that. Oh, it's a Blitzkrieg already. Didn't take long. No problem there, Grand Oracle. Thank you so much. And again, happy birthday to Recall's mom. And Frozen Toes, thank you so much. Great to see you back there, Frozen Toes. And Grand Oracle says, fine, I'm eating dinner. I'll still keep up the Blitzkrieg here. Now, what are we trying to do? We're trying to get a little bit of this. Remember we did this last night? So trying to kind of get into that same skin tone right there. Thank you so much, Grand Oracle. Appreciate that. Ah, look at that. Gauze and Tenebra. I'm going to get some gifts there from Grand Oracle. And Grand Oracle says, I don't care if there's people around. I don't care if there's people around. We want to see a third hype train appearance there. There we go. Happy birthdays and happy hype trains. There it is. All aboard the hype train. There it goes. Hype train. There you go. There's Gosk. So thank you so much, Galadriel. Appreciate that. Galadriel, I think we are like almost like an infinite supply of Galadriels now. Because look at this. You remember this one. Where'd she go? Here she is. Having this one out as a little example of our sheer claw. So there's endless Galadriels everywhere. Thank you so much, Grand Oracle. Appreciate that. And Punexpected, thank you so much for the sub there. Everybody, please give Punexpected Painting a follow if you could. So thank you so much. Looks like we're 40% to a level 2. Is that what I'm seeing there? Yep, 40% to a level 2. Bits, Krieg, some subs flying around there. Who knew that subs could fly? Usually they sink. How's about we get a little bit more of our lighter tones over here too? That's more like it. There. Doesn't have to be anything super fancy. Nothing super fancy. Let's get a little more of our light on the skin tones here. And all of this just takes a few minutes. Thank you so much, Nerifel. Oh, we're at 62%. And Demonback, thank you so much. Hey, well, happy birthday, Demonback. So we have lots of birthdays here. So everybody say happy birthday to Demonback. Demonback, how you doing? I hope that you had yourself a fun day. Maybe you got a chance to play some games, paint some miniatures, or get new games or miniatures. So Galadriel says, I really want to test this whole idea of running out of Galadriels. No, we're not going to run out of Galadriels. There's still more to go. There's more in reserve. Again, endless Galadriels here. They're everywhere. Again, you can see how this starts to emerge very quickly, right? Hey, Call Me Trouble, how you doing? Great to see you back. And Nerifil does a sub, gets us to 92%. 92%. And Dare, thank you so much for passing along the birthday wishes to all of our birthday folks here. We have several. Everybody's got birthdays. Everybody say happy birthday to all of the birthday folks here. And to all the folks who have a birthday, happy rotation around the glowing sphere. I do think that was it says level 2 complete. Probably because Nerifil just said, I want to see a level 2. Now, again, you know what we have to do? We might have to do a new Hype Train cookie. Hype Train, there it is, Hype Train. Now again, you see gingerbread, right? It goes, it just kind of explodes like this. You've heard me talk about the nutmeg log recipe. The nutmeg log recipe. We would have almost a perfect line around here. So I think we might have to make ourselves a new Hype Train, but like a bigger one. Not use the cookie cutter, actually sculpt one. So thank you so much for being here. Call Me Trouble and Elite, same thing there. Light Streams, thank you so much for being here. You can always watch, I save these all as highlights. So you can always watch the streams in their entirety. Like I say, you have to get some shut-eye right now, but if you want to see the stream in its entirety, I save them all. Uh, I always put a thumbnail on them, so you just kind of look for that thumbnail, and you'll be able to see the episode that you would like to. Thank you so much, Recoil. Appreciate that. So great to see you there, Elite. And thank you so much, Rico and Nerifel and Hal again. That puts us to 52% of a level 3. Almost to a level 3. And yet, well, look at this. 35 minutes ago, this had no paint on it, right? Even with all the hype train activities. So thank you so much, everybody, for contributing to those hype trains. Much appreciated, of course. And for oh hey, Grand Oracle, we did the Egyptian violet pre-glaze on the skin here again. Just it seemed kind of fun last night, so we did it again tonight. Yes, again, Egyptian violet pre-glaze of all things for the skin. So thank you so much, everybody, for all of the again, all the bits and the subs. Much appreciated. Armored Wolf is he's got his that painting contest up there in Alaska today. Well, tonight, this weekend. So I don't think we'll be seeing Armored Wolf, especially since it's a Saturday there. So Trouble, hopefully you've been well, not getting up to too much trouble. And of course, Trouble, if you have anything that you've been painting or something that you would maybe want to share in the chat, a Discord link, Instalink, something like that. Please go ahead and do that. Maybe a little more of our light there. And a little more there. Okay, now we have some other things we could use as blending brushes. I think this will be a nice one right here. Nice and soft. Nice and soft. So Recoil, I guess, the question is what kind of cake was there? Elite, he's shown me work in progress of stuff. Actually, most of the pictures that he sent me late with were all the dice bags that he was working on. Because he's kind of running the event. He's been painting all kinds of prize support for it. And then, of course, making dice bags, also too, for the event. And thank you so much, Halligan. Appreciate that. Bingo, there you go. Now that's as many bitses and such than that Georgia is throwing down points on Kentucky, and that LSU put on Mizzou. Not that Mizzou didn't score some points too, but well, I do believe that LSU was almost at 50 there. I think it was a 49-39 final. You know, I was so tempted to go a little lighter with that, but here, let's just see what our blending brush can offer us right here. Actually, Recoil, I like the birthday cake. So wait a minute. Well, we have the berries, bananas, and honey. Recoil. Yeah, you know, we would call those panic tokens here. I think Recoil, you'll have to remind me about that, because I like the idea of breakfast pancakes with, what was that again? Some bananas, berries, and honey. Well, there's fruit on there, Recoil, so that's healthy. That to me counts as totally healthy, for sure. Celia, they're pun expected. Again, glad to see you here, and everybody, please give Pun Expected Painting a follow too. Here, why don't we almost do something like a level 3 hype train. Oh, what's that? Oh, 2 hype trains for the price of 1. There they go. Where they stop, nobody knows. So, Thanks again, everybody. Appreciate that. Yeah, let's clear out a little bit of the again the dry brushy stuff here with our blending brush. Again, there's no paint on that brush. Well, there is now because we've been doing this. However, it originally has no paint on it. Soften some of that too. See if we can get some more light here in the face. So Rico, yeah, that sounds pretty nifty to me. I like the sound of that. Yes, indeed. Now I don't have any ice cream here to put on them, but at least I mean that's a good start. That's certainly a good start. So see you later there, Pun Expected. Thank you so much for being here. Let's see if we can't get a little more of the light on her face again. Now look where we're holding that brush. It would be mighty hard to get to this holding that brush with a death grip, wouldn't it? Hashtag no death grip on that brush. Yeah, Grand Oracle, and since some stuff like our Brilliant Yellow Pale and Terra Rosa, I mean, those are pretty darn opaque, strong colors. They can kind of come back and do some nice work with, kind of cover up certain parts of the our violet there. So again, we're going to grab this. Here is our blending brush. Make sure there's no paint on there. So see, we got kind of a rough edge right there. Now, not when we do that. Oh, you know what? I believe I can zoom in a little bit more. Yes, I can. Now over here. So again, we have a crazy, weird, rough, hard edge. Well, not anymore. Yeah. It can be that easy. Oh, that sounds good there, Halligan. Yeah, well, and like we were talking last night, okay, if it's not completely thawed out, so I toss it in the microwave, thaw it out a little bit more. It has to be browned on the stove anyways. But I do believe, maybe I try to do some sauteing of the onions or something and such, and the mushrooms before tossing them in there. Although they came out pretty nicely with the chicken slow cooker recipe that we did. Hey RSB, great to see you back. Well, it's been been a little while there. So yeah, RSB, there's you can't really do this with the acrylics because they're just going to dry too quickly. Now, what you could sort of do is, okay, we have, let's say you did do the equivalent of, say, a dioxazine or Egyptian violet pre-glaze or undercoating, if you might want to call it that. You could take your lighter opaque colors, and this is with acrylics. You essentially turn them into almost a semi-glaze. So as you paint those over the top, that undercoat, that underlayment would show through. Well, Horns fan, we were discussing. Wait, that's easy to do it this way. So Horns fan, sorry that did not work out the way you wanted there. I actually, well, the goal line stand, I thought, ooh, that was kind of an ouch moment. Well, you're like telling me the goal line stand thing, but then I thought, well, I kind of thought maybe it is gonna work out. Halligan, hey, that works for me too. Yeah, I'd certainly go for that. So yeah, RSB, that might be one way that you could do that again, is to, because with the oil paints, those lighter opaque colors, you can thin them down. You cannot dilute them. However, with acrylics, those lighter opaque colors, you can dilute those. So that's something that you could kind of use in your flavor. Yeah, Horns fan. Now, I was telling folks that a bit out of desperation, I just went onto YouTube and typed in college football. And, well, let's just say that there were some channels that were broadcasting the game that certainly were not CBS, ESPN, or Fox. And sometimes it would just like suddenly disappear, and then I have to find another one. So it was the most college football I've gotten to see or hear in 4 years. So I think I'm just going to have to use that method because, well, couldn't beat the price. Hard to beat free. That's for sure. Again, so Nerif, I wasn't sure if you had a chance to share your Eldar figs yet. Now, see what we're doing, just going to drop that lighter color in there. Again, blending brush. You see that little bit of Terra Rosa in there? You got the violet, you got the Terra Rosa. Now you have something a little bit more on the pale side. I want to try and get me some of my some more of the reds in there as well. But before that, well, how's what we do a little bit of asphaltum, Egyptian violet here. Let's start thinking about some darks in this. A little more of the asphaltum here. Let's get our asphaltum out here. That's what I thought it was going to have to be, but it clearly was not. I think it was somebody that was. Remember, we were last night we were talking about like the screen capture. I think what it was is somebody was watching the game on their computer, and then they might have done like again a little screen capture or something, and it was showing what they were watching on their computer. Because every so often, I would see what was very obviously a mouse going over the screen, and basically selecting a different game. I don't know what that really, not quite sure where the financial gain is in that. But I'll take it. So Galadriel, what's interesting is I haven't had a chance to paint the colossal size Galadriels yet. And I also have the Galadriel figure from Game Buddy, which means it is literally Galadriel, because they actually have the license. Speaking of legal things, they actually have the license to make stuff like that, I believe. Yeah, hell, again, it's basically somebody who is either the ESPN or some kind of college football package, and well, you can kind of see that you got all the games up there, and they'll just kind of pick the one, and then they'll broadcast that live. Horns fan, it's pretty crazy, right? And actually, Horns fan, I kind of thought that A&M had something going against the Tide as well. It was 17-10 at the half. And they had lots of chances. Lots of chances. So, again, just a little bit of dark right there. That's all it took, right? Just a teensy bit of that. Oh, and again, this is from Bella Nacht Miniatures. From Bella Nacht Miniatures. And I have a few other ones. You'll be certainly seeing those, and probably this one too. Now, I'll definitely print this one again so that we can maybe do maybe even a multi-part series on one that's maybe bigger or something. And yeah, remember we were talking about the size of the state. Actually, Horns fan, is the Cotton Bowl about 90,000 or so? I'm thinking that the Cotton Bowl, and I guess they're both moving. to the SEC? Because there was a part of me that was thinking, like, is this the last Triple R that we're going to see? But apparently the Red River rivalry goes east. It's very weird. And go east, young man. That is not quite how that saying was supposed to go. And of course, well, there's also Stanford. It's going way east. Thank you so much, Frozen Toes. Appreciate that. That is 24 right there. Horns fan, it looks like they've extended the upper bowl all the way around the stadium since kind of the old days. I don't think that that upper deck went all the way around the upper bowl. Heck, there probably was no upper deck there for the longest time. Okay, again, this is just asphaltum, Egyptian violet, keeping it nice and easy. And again, this is 50 minutes, and I'm going to say a level 4 hype train. Well, Halligan, yeah, that was when I was growing up. That was usually my Big Ten team there. Since well, we had nothing here. Well, we had 2 Big Ten teams. They weren't really Big Ten teams. They were more like quarter 10 teams. Let's darken this down a little. And again, that is what starts to create a little bit of sensation of the translucency there. We'll use this. Let's see. Oh, in the early 90s. Yeah, Horns fan. Actually, he used to play the Super Bowl there. I think they played at least 2 Super Bowls at the Cotton Bowl back in the day. Yeah, Grand Oracle. Actually, that was. I used to see a whole bunch of college football every Saturday. It's a little more difficult now, obviously, because of, well, either filming or streaming. Well, plus the whole no TV thing. But maybe we've found a workaround there. We may have just found a workaround. Now here, I am going to throw a little bit of the dark over there. Just a smidge. Yeah. Yeah, Horns fan. I'm sure it's just I mean, it's changed just exponentially. I mean, you can see it with all of the video scoreboards and everything. Holy smokes. It's very different now. Let me see if we can just chuck out some eyes here real quick. We'll have to come back with our darks once. You know what? You know what I'm going to do? I want to do this. Kind of expend a little bit of that white so that now there's a little less on that brush. And then we're going to toss this in here. This one will be a little bit interesting, because that bat and the hair are sort of in the way. Grand Oracle, it's kind of a re-emergence, definitely. Now, Grand Oracle, I think you might have heard that when I was a kid, I actually made, well, not just a kid, but even as an adult, I made strategy games for baseball, football, hockey, basketball. And especially the baseball game, people said it was so realistic that they could smell the pine tar. There was everything in those games. And now, having the wonder of the 3D printer, I could actually print out the miniatures that I so wanted for my various strategy games. Because what I had envisioned was, well, basically a 3D baseball stadium with players positioned exactly where they should be, which would have effect on certain results. Because you had to position your defense, you had to say what kind of a swing that you were using. All of those things mattered. Even wind direction mattered. Game temperature mattered. Alright, so there we go. Again, we're charging right through this for less than an hour, yes? So Elite, when I just, well, even just with miniatures, as I see, what Zorp could do with all those 3D printed tiles and a software program to tell them exactly, which tile to use for which part of that map of Middle Earth. Now here, I don't want to go too light down here because, again, we want the light centered up there. So I think Grand Oracle, we're going to have to try and do a tutorial video on this because this is too fun to pass up, right? This could be very interesting. Yeah, I'm kind of thinking we're going to have to try this because I actually have some busts that are even bigger than this. And I think we're going to have to try this out on an even more massive scale here. Again, the blending brush. There you are. Can't see where we're going to try and hang on to some of this Terra Rosa over here. But yet underneath all this, we still have that lovely Egyptian violet. Elite, when I finally get a chance to explore that realm of the FDM style printing, which, again, there is an Ender 3 sitting around here. So that could also create its own little revolution. And then, of course, Elite, should it ever work out that I finally get a chance to learn something like Blender, Mixer, whatever, and now I can actually do some manner of digital sculpting for myself, that could make a huge difference. That's gonna be another game changer. That will be quite the game changer. Now I do think that the eye should be up there, looking at our bat. For sure, yeah. Maybe strengthen that eyelid just a bit. Grand Oracle, to me, well, actually, I want to do... I wouldn't mind painting this with a green skin tone or something, just to see, what happens if it's a Terra Rosa asphaltum undertone with the greens over the top. Or, I mean, actually, you know what? Do I have it easily available here? Oh, no, can't quite get to it easily. But it was what is that? Artisan Guild. Yeah, it was the Artisan Guild Orc. That one was pretty interesting. Now, let me see if we can maybe get that lighter cloth involved here. Let's go cooler. Let's go cooler. So we've got the radiant blue, and then we'll go with our quick fast matte white after that. So let's start to think about the lighter cloth here. And yes, we can go much lighter. We can go lighter than this. This is not as light as we can go. So yeah, Grand Oracle. Actually, I think I did one of those as a tutorial video. And it was an Artisan Guild Orc. Now, I did one of them on stream. That I know for sure. And it was an Artisan Guild Orc, Barbarian, whatever. and there was a lot of violet, kind of as an undertone in that skin. Blending brush. Look at, see that nasty edge there? Nope. Not nasty anymore. Not nasty anymore. Because again, we don't want to be piling up too much paint, of course. We don't want to do that. Get some light here too. So yeah, that's as soon as I saw this one. Actually, this is actually one that had been printed a while back. It was really meant more for a tutorial video, but I wasn't able to prep anything today or last night, so this was it right here. I said, well, looks like it's going to be this. There was no time whatsoever to prep anything in between last night and tonight. Let me see what we can do down here. Again, thinking about the cloth, which will get, there will be some more additional lights placed on this. I'll start to bring in our micro blending brushes too. So we lead it just, it seems like all technology, because just having been around in the early days of computers, and what happens now versus computers then, well, it seems like the pace of change just continues to accelerate. Yeah, we're going to get some precision brushstrokes right there. Look at that. Well, technically they are, because as we bring in our blending brush, then they kind of go where we wanted them to go. And again, that is more of a bluish gray that we're using in here right now. Let's take this. Again, it's our blending brush. I want to make sure there's no excess paint on there. So once again, 1 hour and 2 minutes. Might thin this down just real. Maybe that was too much more, but I'm just going to get this a little bit thinner. Now we have to start thinking about some of our lights in some other areas here. Once again, kind of has the nasty look to it there. I'm going to use the Mega blending brush here. Remember, we used this last night on the on that plinth. Yeah, let's do this. And blending brush again. So from a nasty big old blob like that, changes that, and something more like, well, that. And there. Gotta start thinking about all these different areas now, trying to bring in some of the cloth colors. Once again, the blending brush. think we've got crazy hard edges, whatever. As you can see, we can sort of knock those down. And yeah, just a little over an hour in now. Not much longer than an hour. And I'm going to say that we've made a fair amount of progress from 0 to this, huh? Now we need to get this also a bit lighter right here. We're just going to drag that right down. We'll grab our mega blending brush here. There's the micro blending brush, and then there's the mega blending brush. It's again over here. We really fret the details, don't we? Yeah. What's hilarious is that this is not really all that much different than what I was doing to paint the plinth last night, or when we were doing that Sherman Russ. It's pretty much the exact same thing. So yeah, whether it's weathering a vehicle, painting a plinth, or painting sheer cloth, I guess it's all the same. I guess apparently it's just all the same thing. Again, just going to do this. We'll take our blending brush to that, because guess what we got there? Pre-glaze. We have pre-glaze there. We're gonna use that. Why would I not use that? That's the whole point of it. This is again the difference between something, say like an acrylic or whatever, and the oils. Don't need to do a zenithal because again we want to mix with it. That's what's happening here. And yes, we can still go much lighter after this. We really haven't used any white. Now look, it's sitting over there untouched in the corner. We have not touched any white yet. Always kind of a good plan. Leave that in reserve. Kind of that little ace that you're holding there, that one ace card in your hand. Again, pre-glaze mixes with that so it doesn't get too light. So is the spread 50 points yet there, Halligan? And I'm guessing they're playing in the big house and they're not playing in up north. Well, maybe they are. You have to say it was really weird to be seeing the NFL team playing in that in Minnesota's stadium when they were building the Target, whatever the no, Target Field. That's the baseball stadium. Whatever the new football stadium is. Yeah, that's kind of what we expected, but again, that's all Big Ten East, right, Halligan? Did the Hawkeyes just have to get to Indianapolis? That's all they got to do, right, Halligan? No. I was just thinking of doing a little bit more there, but here, let me trim you down just a smidge there, and then over here too. Now with the hair, I was thinking maybe something a little bit more on the reddish side perhaps. Still, for the most part, radiant blue, ironically enough, with some brilliant yellow pale in it. Yeah, that's not the radiant blue with the white. That is radiant blue with brilliant yellow pale of all things to kind of lighten that up a little bit. once again, we're going to take this, kind of drag this down from either direction. Now that, oh, there, well, yes. Well, there's a name I haven't, it's been a wee bit since I've thought of that. Okay, we'll hit this too. Then we'll see what we want to do with the bat. Are we going to kind of do the same as this, or are we going to maybe go a little bit warmer with that? Maybe more just a straight up really yellow pale. Do I have myself... yes, I do. And there is brilliant yellow pale. We'll hit the little bat with this. And then, okay, now we're going to get down here with that. Again, brilliant yellow pale, maybe a little bit more of that. Yeah, here too, sure. So here. Yeah, on the edge of that sleeve. Blending brush again. Happens fast, don't blink. Don't blink, because otherwise in 1 hour and 11 minutes you'll miss all this. Oh, that's right, playing for the chefs. Now, let me see what I want to do with the lips there. Maybe I'll use this. Let me get it's a little bit of the cleaner that was still on there. Yeah, I'll still use the Radiant Violet with the Naphthol red here. Maybe a little bit of that here. And chuck that over here, and then again grab the blending brush here. So it's just chuck that bit of red in there. A little tap, tap, tap. And that has been, again, if you're going to do that with the acrylics, you have to do a bazillion layers, or you'd have to do glazes or something like that. Do we need to do any glazes? No. We literally just chucked a little bit of red. We took this here nasty craft brush and went tap, 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 and poof, look what happened. Emphasis on poof. That's all it was. Just boom, it happens. I don't know, is that going to be too light for the lip color right there? Maybe not. We'll do that. We're going to take some of the paint off with the brush. Pull it this way. Pull it a little bit more that way too. Okay. Tempted to throw a little bit of that over here. Also up here. Where's our blending brush? So we still got that little bit of a rosiness there. This is a very, very, very gentle little stippling here. Again, how would you do that with the acrylics? You'd have to glaze it or do something. It would drive you bonkers and take a heck of a long time. Or we just we do it the easy way, which is take some of this, throw it on there like that, take whatever blending brush here, A bit of tap, tap, tap. And again, we've got ourselves some interesting skin colors that are going to happen now. Maybe we'll even throw a little bit of that up there. Yeah, because the whole forehead can't be that light. All right, that works. That works. Now we got to maybe we'll step away from the skin tone a bit. Let's see what we can do on the hair, so that the skin tone has a little bit of a chance to kind of set. We talk about that all the time. We would like for that skin color just to set for a bit. This could be a little bit lighter here. And start to make it, that hair gets starting to get caught up to everything else. And we'll do the same here. We're going to toss that under, take something to use as a bit of a blending brush here. So Nerifel, hopefully you've been able to kind of keep up with the painting. I know that everything is still very busy there, but hopefully you're progressing on all the Eldar. Sorry, I haven't been able to shoot you a message. Like I said, this week has not things did not go anywhere near according to plan. It was very much the opposite. So, that again, if I haven't been sending people as many messages this week, that's just because we've kind of been in scramble mode, for sure. So now we're starting to get a nice little bit of turn to the braid there. So a second troop of Harleys. Oh, that's fantastic. That is fantastic there, Nerifel. Now then, I'm actually very glad that you're able to kind of keep going with those. And now we're going to get our yellow into this. It's mixing with everything that we put there. There's even still the Egyptian violet. Yeah, there is Egyptian violet in the hair color. Asphaltum is in the hair color as well. And just something here to utilize as a bit of a blending brush, so that those previous darker colors also then mix in just a smidge. What's happening here? Yeah, a little bit more of this. Also here, that not losing the reddish tones there, but kind of working with those. All right, and down we go here. Don't want to drift too far down into the shadow areas. And again, these is from Bella Nacht Miniatures, 3D print. I've got at least 2 other sculpts from Bella Nacht, and what they'll also do is they'll do sort of a version like this, then they'll also have a bust version of it. It's kind of like Loot Studios, but I don't think they don't really do terrain pieces or objects or basing bits like the way Loot Studios does, and not quite as much with the, well, for lack of a better term, kind of regular infantry characters. A little more the orange get down there too. I think I will go just a smidge lighter on the outer reaches of the lower lip. Let me see if we can make this work here. Right there. And maybe that's it. Now we also need to get a couple lights in a few other places here. Maybe a bit more on the chin as well. But remember, we always have some blending brushes handy, and that might be our micro blending brushes. We've been using the mega blending brush, but we also have some micro blending brushes available too. Now we're going to try and get a little bit of skin tone in here. Let's use this, and even though this got paint in it, I'm actually going to use this as a blending brush. I think we could probably use some lighter color down there. Blending brush. Yeah, we use this one. Like that. And let's put some more of that here. More light there, then take the blending brush to it. Spread that around, tone it down. Hashtag no layers, right? Hashtag no layers. Where are you at? Micro blending brush. There you are. It's doing the exact same thing as we did with the mega blending brush, but on a very, very tiny scale. See, we soften that little edge right there. That definitely needed to happen. I think the nostril, the cheek over, that's, I think, what, yeah, that needs to be lightened up a bunch more. And then we'll have to get some of that red in here. See, I just chucked a whole bunch of stuff in there, and now we'll just grab a blending brush to it here. And it's just a little gentle stippling motion. Tap, tap, tap. We're not dragging that around. All that's going to do is they'll just smear it, and we don't want to smear it. We want to actually take away some of the brush strokes there. That's what we want to do. So Elite, in my baseball game, every hitter had a chart that showed where they had a propensity to hit the ball, whether a pull hitter or a spray hitter or an opposite field hitter. And that's why you had to position all your infielders and outfielders. Also, too, you could set them to double play depth. Let's say you had a right-handed power hitter. What you would probably do is have your left fielder play at the warning track. Your center fielder would be kind of halfway. Your right fielder would play a little bit more shallow. Your shortstop would probably be playing very deep, especially if there was a runner at first base. How's about we welcome Monster Den Minis? Hey, and Chris, how you doing there, Chris? Great to see you, Chris. And Monster Den Minis, thank you so much for the raid. Everybody, please give Monster Den Minis a follow. So how you doing there, Phantom? Nice to see you back. Laters. Great to see you back as well. Quantum Reveries. Look at that. It's like a reunion here. How's everybody doing? Everybody, please give Monster Den Minis a follow. And Monster Den, like always, you want to share something in the chat, or if you just want to skedaddle off to your photo booth, Monster Den Minis, you'll be totally shocked that 1 hour and 25 minutes ago, this was it was just gray primer. That's all it was. This was nothing but gray primer. There was no skin tones, no hair tones, no nothing on there. I'm glad that you're back from vacation. Thank you so much, Mystic Blue Cougar. So Blades, again, Blades, you want to share anything that you've been doing in the chat? Please go ahead and do so. Hey, Blades. I saw. What was it? Well, I saw that nifty fire. That was really cool. And then there was some good beverages that you had too. Some tasty chow and good beverages on some of the things you were posting there that I saw on the Facebooks. So glad that the Georgia excursion was a blast. So Quantum Reveries, glad to see you here too. Of course, we're still using our blending brushes, of course. Wow, Halligan, I think it was 7-7 at the half. And that was in Louisville, right? I'm pretty sure that it was. Thank you so much, Monster Dan. Appreciate this. You have a good night there, Monster Dan. Thank you so much. Boy, Mystic Blue Cougar, it was actually, believe it or not, this is a pre-glaze of Egyptian violet here. So there's actually a dark purple. I mean, really, really dark purple. Here, we'll show you if I can grab it here. There it is. Whoops. And that's the actual paint right there on the tube. That's how dark this skin tone started out. Then we did our thing with the sponges, right? And then we took our filbert brushes and did our dry brushy stuff over the top. And then we've been manipulating this with our blending brushes and other such things. So, yep, 87 minutes from 0 to this. Here's one of our blending brushes right here, a tiny one. You can see there's a little bit of paint on the end of that brush. So what we'll do is, like here on the cheek, we just drop a little bit of the magenta in there, do a little tap, 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 and it was spread out very nicely. So yeah, Blades, I was really glad it looked like that was such a great, fantastic trip. And of course, Cooper got to see all of his buddies while you were out of town. So Cooper had fun, I'm sure. I'm going to darken this down a little bit. Oh, last night, where the heck is it? Here it is. So this was where we actually got the idea for the purple as basically the primer right there. So we did this one last night here. 3D print from our Imprintable Terrain, a basing bit from Archvillain, also 3D printed, and a 3D printed bust that we made look like it had wood texture on it. And thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you so much for the contribution, Recoil. As always, been super, super, super generous. And that is, especially this week, it's really been helping out. Yeah, Rico, here's hoping that we do get ourselves some B5, like as in, JMS is able to really do something, and we finally get our Babylon 5 back. Yeah, so this is a 3D printed miniature here from Bella Nacht. Alright, see that? See what we just did there? That was a big old nasty blob of indigo. Well, look what happens. See a little bit of tap, tap, tap along the edge. Do that here. Well, looky what just happened. No more hard edges. Edges all gone. Edges all gone. Just shading left. Where's there? Oh, here we go. We painted up 2 of these guys on Thursday, and it was the same deal. There was almost nothing happening. Look at this. Do you see much colors mixed on the palette, besides not many at all? That big pile of dark, you see, that's just a pre-glaze. It was the same thing here. We did 2 of these guys in, what, 4.5 hours? Because we just kept putting paint on the miniature, taking one of those blending brushes, and then pushing it around instead of layer after layer after layer. So recoil, that is fantastic. Well, I will hopefully, maybe when this madness recedes, I'm kind of just trying to sort of survive this upcoming week, and hopefully we get kind of out the other side of that, and then things maybe get a little bit easier, a little less madness, and then we also, well, if things do kind of calm down, I'll probably be ended up working on the house again, so I might still not be able to catch those just yet, but at least they'll be there someday for me to see. Well, Blades, yeah, I saw some of the pictures of the Georgia trip. Looked like there was some yummy beverages, some good meals there too. So just was glad that you were able to have a lot of fun there on the Georgia excursion. And I was talking how Cooper had a chance to hang out with his buddies, so good for him too, right? Now we did our light, we have our middle tone there already. Now we're kind of going on the other side of that with some darks here. So Halligan, that's going to be significant because, oh gosh, was Louisville, no, Kentucky was number 20. Was Louisville 15 or 17 or something like that? And I do believe, wasn't Notre Dame 5th or 6th? That's going to have a little bit of an effect. It is kind of nice that a lot of the, well, at least the top 25 teams have to actually play each other. So you get a little bit more instead of like, well, okay, this is not going to change very much this week. Not going to change very much the next week. Now I might get a little bit more light down there on the Tootsies there, but I'm going to see what else we can do on Mr. Bat over here. This is mostly indigo, by the way. So thank you so much, Rico. Appreciate that. Actually, there are some STL files that I kind of have to also pull the trigger on. I'm hoping tomorrow, maybe, but now that we have some resin here, courtesy of all the generosity, designs by L and recoil and such, that well, we can get a few things printed out, like a certain certain starship, a certain Omega class vessel there. Then who knows? Rico, maybe somewhere out there, maybe on Thingiverse or whatever, there's some Centauri and some Narn ships. Well, a Minbari ship would, actually recoil. This type of technique, right, would work really well on Shadow ships, Vorlon ships, Minbari ships, where we just kind of plop the paint down there and push it around. I'm thinking our indigo, our whatchamacallit, our, yes, I think ultramarine blue. You might see some of that maybe on a Minbari ship. I'm just darken this part of our bat here so that the fingers kind of stand out a little bit more. Well, Blades, well, I'm glad that, again, you have plenty of things to post there. I know you said, I think there's one more trip yet down there this year. I know that Adepticon, obviously there's that too, but I think you got one more of those excursions yet to go. It could be kind of crazy down there because, well, if Georgia keeps going the way they're going, it might be a little bit depending on when you're down there. Now, here's another blending brush. Look at what we're doing here. Look at that. See how that could just spread out there? Hashtag no layers. Hashtag no layers. And we'll be coming back with some of our lighter colors here. Like this. Oh, geez, wow. Oh, that's really going to have an impact then. Actually, how again, the lower the cardinals are ranked, the more this is all going to be affected. So, oh, actually, hey, Halligan, what's happening with Ole Miss? Because that game had just started when I started the stream. They're playing the Razorbacks. And Ole Miss is kind of in the middle there. All right. Blending brush. Same deal. See, that just looks like a bunch of nasty brush strokes there until we do this. And everything gets a bunch smoother. And by the way, we can still go lighter with this. Our white remains untouched in the corner over there. So Chris he's figured out why Batman was in such a rush to get to the Batcave. Because, well, maybe he had a little bit too much to eat, or maybe he had some burritos or something, but he desperately had to get to the bathroom. So yeah, who knows? Maybe he ate something that he really shouldn't have eaten. Where's that? There you are. And again, this is mostly just radiant blue. A hint of the brilliant yellow pale in there as well. Kind of neutralizes a little bit of the blue. Well, hell, again, that's probably, they were hoping for better than that, but I think we're in the survive in advance. I think that's kind of how things are now. Survive in advance. I think style points really only matter maybe in that top 5. I think when you're down to 15, I think that's where Ole Miss is. I think you just want to survive. And then move on. We're going to move on to, no, not the Mega Blending Brush. Not our Micro Blending Brush. Go to this one. It's our medium one here. So see, we have a whole bunch of crazy brush strokes there. Well, not so much now. Not so much now. And see, we can just take that and look at how we're just manipulating that paint. This is why I don't have to sit there and mix a whole bunch of stuff on the palette. This is my palette. That is why this looks the way it does after 98 minutes. Seriously, 98 minutes ago, no paint on this whatsoever. And it's been, I mean, we're talking about 98 minutes and many levels of hype train and hilarity and jocularity and raids and everything else. So if this was just 98 minutes of isolated painting time, this thing would be that much further along, courtesy of being able to do stuff like this. Boom, boom, boom. Blending brush, where you at? There you are. Again, just do a little bit tap, tap, tap. Spread that around. Mix it with the pre-glaze that's already there. Same over here. Remember, we were talking about the active zenithal versus just the, well, we're gonna do all the zenithal priming. We're gonna spend like 20 minutes priming this miniature, and then we will proceed to pretty much annihilate that, cover it all up. Or we say we take a whole lot less time. We take a few minutes of pre-glaze, and then we spend a few more minutes working with that, and then we're boom. I'm kind of that's where I'm at. I'm kind of liking that. Hell, again, the mural thing. Unfortunately, the chaos here is also well, it's badly affected that. It's really kind of had a universal chilling effect on everything. That is another thing that I'm hoping to get back to once this kind of current madness shifts a little bit towards normalcy. Yeah, that's been a bummer there too, because originally I thought I was going to be done with that by now. I pretty much have not been able to touch that in 3 weeks, at least. At least 3 weeks. Which also, that's not super helpful for, well, let's put it this way, that mural is done. I wouldn't be buying resin 1 jar at a time. We'll put it that way. That's the other effect that's had. So that is why we appreciate all the kind folks like Designs by L, Recoil, helping out with the resin funds. And of course, all the folks that have been helping out with the GoFundMe page. That is also very helpful. We had some folks contribute to that this week, which we appreciate greatly. Alright, now this is going to get a little bit of light here. Got that mixed with the pre-glaze that's there. Where's Mr. Blending Brush? There you are. Take the edge off of that. Now in here, do we get some of this magenta, or do we go... Is that a little bit of Terra Rosa that's in there? I want to do this. I'm just going to literally take a little bit of the Terra Rosa. I'm just going to do that. That entertains me to no end, just chucking some paint on there like that. Because then I can do this. And all of a sudden, you just have a little bit of tinting that's happened there. See that? Oh boy. Now there's a part of me that says, wow, yeah, kind of wish I knew about this, I don't know, 10 years ago. Would have been nice, but, well, you learn things when you learn things, right? Sometimes you find some really interesting solutions when and where you least expect it. Actually, I would have liked this 15 years ago, but who knows, maybe... and I think we've talked about this, right, Grand Oracle, where not having done the acrylic paints for, well, 20 some odd years, you almost don't, I don't want to say you don't appreciate what the oils can do, but you don't have that that comparison where you say, holy smokes, okay, this is what I've been doing with the acrylics. Then you're working with the oils and say, wow, okay. Having done acrylics for so long, I can see this is where the oils provide a major opportunity. So it's having that experience with the other, I think, really is a big help. Well, that can do it, right? That can certainly do it. Well, speaking of which, now actually, Halligan, well, I know you've been using the, oh gosh, Radiant White, right? And you've been liking that? Valfira, great to see you here. Valfira, well, now you saw, I think you saw enough of last night's miniature to see the whole violet, Egyptian violet as a pre-glaze, even on the skin tone there. And I just thought, how about we do that again? And you can you can really see it kind of down there on the legs in certain parts. So that the skin tone was entirely Egyptian violet pre-glaze. Okay. But I'm still trying to figure out what is the ideal kind of video that we can film to really show if there is what the differences are between those various whites, like the radiant white, the fast matte white, quick dry white. So Valfera, this is a really fantastic print from Bella Nacht Miniatures. I've got other ones here that I'll also be doing. And the other thing is they'll have something like this. It's a bust, but then they also have a miniature version of it. So typically, yeah, so this is, I think there's a bust of just kind of this and the bat together. And that's from Bella Nacht Miniatures. They don't have tons of sculpts. And they have some dioramas too. Actually, Valfera, you might like the Bella Nacht stuff. There's some nifty, like I said, little nifty dioramas and some scenes. And I think you could probably print those up really big. And I think you could have some fun with those. Oh well, Valfera, color me jealous. Yeah, I wish I had a whole bunch more. Well, again, if that... Let's put it this way. If that mural had been done when I thought it was going to be done, I would have been able to snag some of those. Now look at this. Right, that just took a few seconds to do. Right, am I mixing anything on the palette? I'm not mixing anything on the palette. This is my palette here. And Valfera, actually, if you want to share your, well, for sure the dragon, the mighty, very, very monstrous dragon. Now, Halligan, it's kind of funny because I used the quick dry white for the longest time. Then I tried using it again after a significant time using the fast matte, and now it's like, well, quick dry white will be very handy on terrain. I want to save my fast matte white for miniatures and busts. So yeah, that's. I've even been using the quick dry white just for color charts even. Because I just want to save that because it's so helpful. Once again, I'm going to hit this here. Also there. And each time, each of these brush strokes here, more of that indigo works its way onto the brush. Somewhere here we got that micro blending brush. Here it is. See how that just softens those a little bit. Doesn't wipe them out, just softens them a little bit. Well, Galadriel, we bid you a fond farewell with your favorite Galadriel. Thank you so much for everything. Appreciate you being here. So Halligan, yeah, I'm thinking I would like to try that. Well, oh, you know what? Yes, I've got more of those polar bear figures. Now, I don't have more of this guy, but what are they? The from Song of Ice and Fire, Free Folk, and they're the spear maidens riding polar bears or something. That would work. That would be a really good test. Now somebody's got to remind me of that because I will forget that about 2 minutes from now. So someone can send me a reminder. I've got about 4 or 5 boxes of those things. Well, I have at least 2 boxes of them. And 2, I only need 1. So I know I have boxes of more of the polar bear riders. Okay. Well, actually, Valfera, you wouldn't mind sending me those pictures if you could insta me those. But yeah, the Bella Nacht has some really nifty stuff. Let me see. Oh, and this is the base portion. So I just showed you that bust. Then the miniature is actually standing on this log right here. Let me see if I can get to it here without destroying everything. There you go. So this again, also from also from Bella Nacht right here. I'm going to put that back where it goes so that doesn't fall on me. Now we're starting to get into some of the white here on the cloth. Seeing the effect that's going to have. Look at that. See how much lighter we can go? Paint is still mixing together. Now I have to figure out just how light we want that skin tone to be on the fingers here. A little Terra Rosa or Terra Rosa. Mix that in with our brilliant yellow pale. Let's get the fingers, maybe again towards the knuckles. Little something happening here. Let's see. In the night she comes pale, beautiful. The moon, her lover hair of fire. Eyes like a deep pool of blood. She calls to me, her voice intoxicating, drawing me closer to her. Kiss painful yet divine. Not the usual limerick, not the usual, but a little bit of a, well, kind of a, well, not quite a sonnet. A little bit of poetry from a recoil there. So again, we have well, Chris and Grand Oracle doing the puns, and then of course we always have Recoil, master of limericks and poetry of all types. There we are. Now, actually, Recoil, there's one that I think is it a wolf? And two other, I have the Dryads. Valfira, I have a set of the Dryads, that's right. I could swear I printed those out, but maybe I think I tried, but that was with the old Sonic Mini 4K. So I think I will have to try and print out the Dryads again on the Mono X. Because those were pretty, and there's a couple of different types of Dryads. So we're going to have to try and get those printed out as well. I'm going to see if I can also do a little bit, here, more of the brilliant yellow pale into our Terra Rosa here. Because that needs to be a little lighter here. Again, not anything gradual. We went really, really strong into this mix here. So yeah, Chris, puns always. Oh yeah, gee whiz, we never got that lighter either. All right, where's my micro blend? Do we use the micro blending brush? No, we're going to use. No, that's the micro. This is the micro blending brush here. So again, see, we gotta move it this way. I think you can see it now past the bat. See, there's a big old hard edge there. Now that's as smooth as can be. And of course, Grand Oracle, we always, every so often, we get folks thinking, well, can't you put oils through an airbrush? And our response is always, you just don't need to. It is unnecessary. You're just going to make a mess out of your airbrush anyways, and, well, you just don't need to, right, right, Grand Oracle? When you can do something like that, what we just did there, just with the blending brush, with no airbrush to clean, no need to fire up a spray booth or anything like that. You don't have to mask anything. It really is just you see that and you say, there's really no need to be using an airbrush with the oils. It would, again, just making a mess out of it. I do believe we have ourselves a little pun from Chris. And it says Green Fairy Studios says, well, also a little bit hazardous. Especially, well, you want to be airbrushing cadmiums and cobalts. Well, you'll increase your heavy metal quotient, that's for sure. So again, not really the best of plans to be airbrushing the oil paints. Well, they were also at PAX, okay, with the lethal shadows. Well, say hey back, Valfera, and just if you can, just say absolutely love the Bella Nacht stuff, and we'll be doing lots more streams and videos with all things Bella Nacht, of course. So thanks for doing that. Yeah, there's so many fantastic scopes. It's kind of hard to choose, right, Valfera? It is hard to choose, and there's not thousands of files there, but yeah, lots of nifty stuff. So thanks for doing that, Valfera. Much appreciated. Ooh, how's about we need ourselves a little bit of light there. And yes, we did paint it just that nasty. Because now we're going to take this, and we want to smooth and soften that. A little tap, tap, tap here. Yeah, did that. So Green Fairy, I hope that you had yourself a good day, and hopefully you're still able to progress on the stuff that you've been painting. And of course here, we have basically nothing. And we will turn this into something. I might even use a blending brush that has paint on it. Now, these aren't the easiest to reach areas either. That is the other kind of reason why we do this. It's like, oh man, do I really want to struggle trying to get paint into some of these hard to reach areas? Or I just chuck some in there, grab a blending brush, and push it around, right? Now, I'm glad that you're able to make some progress on that. And of course, well, Green, I know that some of those things you're trying to keep on that, as we say, the QT, because you don't want to find out at the last minute, well, those really shouldn't be shown anywhere first before the contest. So I hope that all goes very well. Oh yeah, so Green Fairy was talking about, well, you don't also want to make mud. This is another way to not make mud, because you don't have a whole bunch of, there's not a whole bunch of paint on here. Right, you're not trying to layer things, hashtag no layers. You're just taking a color, you stick it on there, push it around. It's so much more difficult to have things go pear-shaped on you. It really is. Looky there. Actually, Valfera. Oh, hey, Rainbow Flows. Nice to see you, gee whiz. Wow, how the heck are you doing? I noticed, Valfera, I might try to send them, well, images of the things that I painted of theirs, because when I was perusing, I was trying to find this, right? So I got the name right and everything, and they don't really have too many. They tried posting a few painted things, and I'm like, ooh, yeah, they need some images of painted things, so I will try to send this their way too, so that they've got something that they can use on their My Mini Factory site or whatever. I would have done it sooner, but, well, these have to be painted first, right? Minor details. I'm glad that you're doing well there, Rainbow Flows. Yeah, at Grand Oracle, there's just a whole litany of bad things that can happen with really zero benefit. I mean, look what we're just doing with a few little hairy sticks, and actually very cheap hairy sticks as well. It just is not, it's not necessary to do that. Just a whole lot of extra hassle for you. So rainbow flows. Hopefully you've been able to keep the painting fires going and continue to complete projects and such. There we are. Plop and push. Is it not Green Fairies 2? The story of our painting lives here. Seriously. Plop. And start pushing it around. Yeah, we got that nasty little blob of paint down there. Same over there. Same over here. That goes away. Halligan, I'm going to assume that USC, well, I don't think they had a super difficult opponent to play this week. I know that UCLA, they came, I think they beat Wazoo, but not sure what USC might be doing after the close call against the Buffs last week. Actually, Rainbow Flows, if you want to post any images of some of your beadwork there, you got Instagram, Discord, whatever. Let the folks see the fine beading work. I can still actually go a little bit lighter on the skin tone for now. I'll just kind of stay here because we also still want to do some more stuff with our with the cloth here. And we need a little more light. Ooh, you know what? Radiant blue. Again, let's just literally chunk that on there. We will take our blending brush to it though, and then that will be spread very nicely here. There you go. There was just a whole bunch of dark in there. Now I'm going to take that a little further. We'll go a little bit lighter in some aspects on that. Maybe even a little bit more with the skin tone as well. Oh, that could be interesting, right? Ooh. Well, okay. That's not insurmountable, but USC not quite looking as invulnerable as they were told to be before the season. So the Wildcats causing a little bit of mischief there for USC. Don't call them Southern Cal. I'll go do this. And then, of course, I'm sure somewhere out west, Stanford is busy playing for the ACC championship because, you know, conference realignment. Yeah, let's get some light down here now. Get on this cloth. There we are. Yes, that long-standing rivalry, Stanford versus Syracuse. Yes, makes total sense. Ooh, wow, that's that was one of those things where I said, well, okay, I can only keep track of so many things at once. I don't imagine we'll have surprises there, but we like surprises, don't we, Halligan? Or Valfera? Surprises, always good. Keep that top 25 changing. Now, we need to get ourselves... We're going to use you. I'm going to actually get some of the paint out of this here. Just going to take our paper towel again. I'm just going to smush it like so. Like that. Back to that indigo. Some Van Dyke brown here. More of the Van Dyke brown and indigo. And I'm going to do some dry brushy stuff here. to darken down and also alter the a little bit of the coloration here on the stone. Here's my cloth. Just looking around for that. So cancel the ACC championship for Stanford then. I could swear, Halligan, that I heard today that OU and Texas are both going to the SEC or something like that. Which I think that probably means that UConn is going to move to the Big 12. I mean, naturally, right? There we go. You must have dark to show the light, and I think that's going to help separate our stone from the cloth a little bit more. Not just value-wise, but also, I think color-wise too. Whoa, well, this could be interesting. We haven't done one of these yet, have we? Film noir. Wow. I don't want to say that we lost a bunch of our shading, but there's a lot of color contrast going, a surprising amount of color contrast, right? Because it kind of looks almost, looks very flat until we bring back that color, and now you have the purples, you've got some of the magentas showing up there. Yes, indeed. There, that's better. That is better. Don't know if there's any potential for major upsets tomorrow. We had one last week, that's for sure. Not really sure what sets up for this week and the potential for upsets. Now, what we also need is the potential for a whole lot of our light right in this area here. And that's mostly our fast matte white. Right in this area here. It will carry down a little bit, and then also out here too. Let's not forget this. And let's see, okay, we just passed the 2-hour mark. Start to finish. It does mean that we can, if need be, we can start thinking brushstroke management even. I know typically kind of hour 3 is what we really look at for getting into, what is it, BSM. That kind of sounds weird out of context. I think we'll just have to call it brushstroke management. It's starting to sound a little bit too OnlyFansy right there, so let's just stick with brushstroke management. Let's throw a little bit of our light there too, some here, and then back to blending brushes. Back to blending brushes. You see how I kind of took the edge off of either side of it? We'll kind of do the same sort of thing here. We take a little bit of that edge off of it. The rest of the brushstroke pretty much stays unchanged. All I'm looking to do is add a lot of these. See this here? I'll take that. I'm going to just kind of drag the paint that way a little bit. Otherwise, I would have had to do 3 to 5 layers of paint to do that, right? Kind of gradually getting more and more towards the lightest part of the brushstroke. But unnecessary, courtesy of the blending brush. Now here, I'm just going to maybe get some of my Egyptian violet, maybe some of Van Dyke brown in there too, and re-establish that edge a little bit more. Yeah, that's better. Alright. And now we'll go a smidge lighter with our skin tone here as well. Boom. Blending brush. Gets mixed right into what we've already got here. So yeah, that makes a whole lot more sense. This needs to also be lighter here. So just chuck this on here. Maybe some more of our light there. That happened fast. All right, this is the equivalent for some folks. Might be painting a minimum of 4 layers there, maybe 6, maybe 7. That's like on the end of the shoulder there. Start multiplying that towards all these other parts of the miniature. You see where the time savings really starts to stack up. Maybe one area you're not saving 2 hours on one area. If you save 5 minutes here, 5 minutes there, those you start piling up enough of 5 minutes. All of a sudden, that miniature went from maybe taking 4 to 6 hours to 10, 12 hours. Well, Halligan, you have yourself a good night. And of course, Halligan, why don't you share your, because you only got the chance to share it very early. There's more folks here now. So yeah, why don't you share your 2D art, your historicals again. I know you got the YouTube channel, the Insta link there as well. Now, see, as I keep doing this, there's actually indigo that's getting on the brush. Now, if you want that to maintain the color that you originally had on the brush, you got to go back over to the palette and do that refresh. However, didn't want that. Actually wanted that indigo to get in there because, well, now I don't even have to bother with a blending brush. Grand Oracle, isn't that the truth? We look back and like those the Tomb Kings, right? Was it Highland Miniatures, I think? Yeah, they're the ones doing that. Can you imagine what that is going to be like compared to all of the intense, crazy work that I had to do back with the acrylics? And heck, I could even start thinking about using the interference colors there too. So everybody, please check out the Instagram link there from Halligan. Alright, what's happening here? Yeah, we're going to get this a little more there too. And there. Let's do this. No, we've got a fair amount of light there already, so if anything, I'm going to get that down more towards a middle tone. Grand Oracle, I forget. Oh gosh. You know what? Remember the accidental? It was a thing with the fluorescent. I think it's a color theory and oils episode. Yeah, it is. It's got to be a color theory and oils. And I was testing fluorescent pigments. Actually, Megan had sent those, and one of them actually was a metallic. It's like a metallic purple or something like that, but it looked like it might have been a fluorescent powder, and it actually made things look like silk. So that's why I think I wanted to try that. Oh, I might have tried that on an army painting series, Grand Oracle. I'm thinking the ones with the rainbow cloaks or whatever, because they were supposed to be silk as well. So Grand Oracle, I would definitely, I think that was something that's another thing that Bella Nacht miniatures would be, again, also really good for trying out something like that. Okay. A little bit of the asphaltum here. little bit of the Van Dyke brown. Now, like I did on the other side here, what we got to do is not just make that a little bit darker, but also a little more neutral, so that looks more like skin tone. That's kind of showing through there. Now, again, we just chuck that stuff on there, and then we'll take our blending brush here. And do some tap, tap, tap there. Pull that down. Do it again here. Like so. So again, see kind of the lighter skin tone there. And then that dark to, it's weird to make it see-through. We actually had to make it darker, which I know it just seems all kinds of weird, right? Let me see. There once was a vampire named Mary, whose victims were always quite hairy. She had failed to see that her target to be was a monkey whose name was Jerry. Now, I think that's going to generate an appearance by Saruman. He's like, oh, seriously, that's supposed to be my job. Wait, I thought I've been replaced. I'm the one that has the voice. Limericks. I've been replaced. It's like, dude, I got a bat in my hand right here, so don't bother me with your limerick problem. So there you go, recoil. Again, recoil master. Well, master, let's see, we have more mirth and merriment. We promise that on streams, do we not? Mirth and also merriment. Question is, do we go a little lighter? No, not yet. Not just yet. Now here we got the little skelly. Oh, there's little skelly friends down here. So just do something here. Looks like a little, have a spine or something like that. That doesn't go there. Also gonna change that. Actually, I think a lot of these are just little skelly friends here. Yeah, mostly little skelly friends there. And we'll do some more over here. Now that also means that if Valfair is still here, Valfair is going to help with some of the coward score updates. So we already have a few top 20 busters here. And now we got kind of a top 5 potential buster. Well, definitely 2 top 10s potentially going by the wayside. Well, maybe not wiped out entirely, but definitely there'll be some alterations come Sunday. And I'll probably throw some kind of ground cover or whatever down there. Yeah. Eventually. Use that blending brush again. Again, there was basically no layers there. I just took this, threw some of the lighter color there, took the blending brush and pushed that all around. So Recoil, thank you so much for providing us with some limerick magic there. Who would have thought, along with the silly Marillion and puppet shows, we've got ourselves all kinds of linguistic gold happening here. I might try to get a little more light on the toes there. I think I will try and shoot a little more of our light up here, though. Blending brush again. It's got actually some of our gray on it, so I'm going to try and pull some of that off of there. And once again, let that do its thing. Back to my lighter skin tone again. Trying to get this right underneath the eye. Getting this position just right. And that is just a little bit lighter there. And now I do need the blending brush. Let's make sure we don't have any unauthorized gray on that. We soften that portion. Now we're all good there. Might also try to find a couple little lights on the hair. Maybe not too much with the yellow. Yeah, that might be too much. So we're going to let mostly the brilliant yellow pale work its way in there. If anything is old, yeah, if it's too much of the yellow, that would be kind of a color that we just don't have too much of anywhere else. And that'll sort of set up that orphan colors scenario. It just looks kind of jarring. You say, well, that's not going to really follow the color goes somewhere, must go everywhere, which is the first chapter in the Book of Wapol.
So say we all.
Thank you so much, Sarge. Oh my gosh, 40 months worth. Thank you so much, Sarge. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. Well, Sarge, hopefully this Saturday was just a little bit free of, well, some of the mischief and mayhem, so you could gear up and kind of get yourself situated for the next week there. Thank you so much, Sarge. Appreciate that. Recoil, yeah. Well, Recoil, you're going to, well, like I said, you'll have to send them in messages to me, kind of like how Bithron does those clips. So that way it goes down for posterity, so to speak. Because who knows, there might be a book of limericks. There's the Book of Wapol, and then there might be the Book of Limericks by Recoil. And then the Book of Puns by Grand Oracle and Chris. It's all part of the grand package here. Thanks, Recoil. And again, happy birthday to all of our birthday participants, one of which is Recoil's mom. So again, happy birthday. What are we doing here? Yeah, I'll get a little bit of that there again. Not too much with the yellow. I thought about doing some of the radiant yellow there, but not too much. Well, Sarge, I'm glad for once. For once, very nice to have an easier night. Sarge, this is a 3D print from Bella Nacht. Very nifty stuff. And actually, Sarge, did you get a chance to see how the plinth looked last night? I wasn't sure. I think maybe you had to duck out before we got a chance to at least finish that. And oh, hey, Sarge, we did the Egyptian Violet pre-glaze again, just like we did here. It was so interesting. At this, I thought, yeah, let's try that again over here, and that really was sensational. But yeah, that's that Loot Studios plinth right there. That worked out very, very well. Let me see. So Grand Oracle says, well, if the puns are not up to snuff, he might find himself booked for terrible puns there. Yes, the big book of puns, which also out of context might also sound a little funky too. As I get a little more light here on the knuckles. Now, Sarge, I'm kind of hoping for a slow cooker Sunday tomorrow. I don't know what kind of chow you might have planned. Oh, you always have something kind of fun going on. Sarge, yeah, that's again just a Loot Studios. It's the new plinth that they use. I like it so much better than the old one. I didn't even know that it had this the wood grain on there until I was priming it. So now we'll have to try different types of wood. Yeah, Sarge, we'll have to try simulate, well, mahogany, walnut, whatever, somehow. Grand Oracle, I think so. Yeah, because this is 72. This is the Loot Studios, and I mean the heads are pretty much the same size, wouldn't you say? And the shoulders about the same, relatively the same width. The hands are about the same size. So at first I was gonna say, this is only about a 54 to 60 mil, but no, I think it's actually 72 or 75. I never quite know. Right, is it 72 really, or is it really more of a 75? Okay, this my micro blending brush here. We need to clean this out just a smidge there. Yeah. Now we're going to have to make sure that's really, 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 really dry though. Here, let's get our paper towel. We really need to make sure there is no thinner on there, or a cleaner. Sorry. That seems dry. It's funny, Grand Oracle, because when I do my little titles on my Chidu box files, just so it's easier to identify on the printer. Oh yeah, oh that's better. I'll some will say 72, some will be 75. Guess I just can't make up my mind, can I? Well, let's see. It's a good thing it's not Z-scale Landrast, because that, well, we would have a significant cast shadows, wouldn't we? The feet would actually be even less well lit for sure. Now let me take that. We haven't really done a whole bunch over here. And we'll do a little bit of brushstroke management over here, because well, I mean, we're at 2.5 hours. It's getting close to 3, so then we can maybe start to delve into our brushstroke management phase. Like that. Same over here. Now the hand there, let me see if I can't maybe get a little bit of our Terra Rosa in there. Oh, Sarge, that's going to be, yeah, that is going to be mighty nifty. That sounds very delicious. So this would be the pot. I think it's a shoulder roast. Yeah, it's a shoulder roast. I'll use the masala seasoning again, and then I think this time I might actually cut the potatoes and carrots into smaller pieces. We'll see how that works. And again, I have to figure, is this going to be another one? I'm pretty sure it was a roast that was the 8-hour cook time. So it could be a long cook tomorrow. What's happening here? Oh, yeah. Let's get some of our light up there. That would be provided by the fast matte white here and there. Also over there. Then the blending brush returns. Yeah, that'll be fantastic there, Sarge. And, well, I can only hope that this turns out just as yummy as the slow cooker chicken did. Using I think one of the masala sauce was the butter chicken. We'll see how this works out. All right, now let me see what we can do here on the shoulder. So we made that lighter there. I might want to get I want to try that. Here, let me see what happens with our magenta again. Come on, there you are. And a little Terra Rosa over there. Once again, nothing but precision brushstrokes. Seriously, it was precision brushstrokes. Look what just happened. Yeah. There we go. Now I feel like we got a little bit of the skin tone working its way into that. Can't hurt. Ooh, yeah, this will also get some of that. I mean, that's a hard to reach here. I just shoved a little bit of the Terra Rosa in there. A little bit of blending brush action, and boom, there you go. John Madden style. Ah ha ha. Yeah. So now, again, that we're getting closer, we're at 2 hours, 30 minutes in, we can start to think about, like over here, I see some brush strokes there. I'm going to kind of go after those a bit. Now, what I think I'm also going to do, color goes somewhere, must go everywhere. I'm going to take some of that indigo from the bat. Indigo. Maybe even some of our radiant blue together here. And then let's see if we can change this up a bit. Oh, yeah. There we go. Because that will contrast nicely with all of those warmer skin tones, will it not? Color contrast. There you go. Textbook from the book. Contrast, more than just light versus dark. Color contrast. Getting some bluishness in it. And it's very subtle. I don't know if you had a chance to see the film noir that we did, Sarge, on this. And it was wild that the shading kind of, I don't want to say it disappeared, but it was reduced significantly when we went film noir style. Because all of a sudden, all the color contrasts that we have here, those all went away. There. Actually, Landress, there's a couple of other. I'll have to send you some pictures after the stream of some of the other ones that, I forget which. They're not from Red Clay Miniatures. I forget where they're from, but I don't think I've showed you those. They are prodigious, that's for sure. Alright, here we're going to take our blending brush to this. Again, that's to take away some of the brush strokes there, but also kind of give that a little more of a bluish tint. So that we can go with more of the radiant blue here. This is the same stuff we used on the cloth elsewhere. There we go. This is not, there's no white in this at all. This is just the radiant blue right here. Which once again, see that's gonna, you got a little bit of the lavender there. Now we got some of the blue over here. Work some of that down into here. Actually, I had almost thought of, if this wasn't on this base like this, I was almost thinking of putting this on one of those plinths. I wonder, I think there's, oh yeah, there is. It's, I don't remember who did it, but there are some round plinths. And I might try to get some of those going. But kind of wasn't doing any more plinths until I was a little bit, almost sure what I had in the tank, literally, as far as resin goes. You're starting to run a little bit shy of some resin there. But again, thanks for all the kind contributions to potentially get that resin reservoir a little more full. Well, Andrest, it's gonna be if I do get that Ender 3 going, it's gonna be really weird picking up a spool, going, this is what I'm printing with. Seriously, don't I need to pour this into something? Should I melt it down and pour it into a vat? Oh yeah, let's get some lights along the edge here too. Blending brush, like so. Now, I don't think, I know we had a little discussion about, shall we say, expiration dates on spools. And unless maybe they're kind of subjected to certain atmospheric conditions, they might have a little, they don't have that, oh, it's past its expiration date like the resin, typical resin does. All right, yeah, we've got a couple little lights starting to show up here. And down there. So they will absorb moisture over time. And some cracking there. Well, I guess you're more likely to get some spaghetti out of them too, right? If that's happening. So again, that's the radiant blue, not the white, the radiant blue. Use this. Yeah, that's another one of our blending brushes there. Seeing if maybe a lighter skin tone there might be good. Well, recoil, we can certainly keep them out of the light. Well, they're still in their original box. They're still literally in the original box, so who knows? Maybe that has kind of preserved them a bit. Yeah, well, Landry, kind of like me, right? That resin's not going to sit around for very long. It's going to get used. And that's, well, it would be the same thing. If I do get that thing going, it's those spools they'll be getting used. They're not going to be sitting around, that's for sure. So they all have the and of course, well, we have the got plenty of dehumidifiers now going on there all the time, so hopefully that will also help in its own way. So Grand Oracle, gee whiz. It's been so long since I last bought spools of resin. There are spools of plastic. I don't even remember how much the heck they were. Because it was years ago. Now, no, we won't do that. We'll do a little bit more of our light up here. Blending brush again. Good enough. I'm gonna see if I can. Here's our. No, I better thin that just a tiny bit though. Here, I've got the other cheekbone here. I think that needs a little more light, because we did on the other one. We should really try and get that going here. Yeah, okay, now they're starting to coincide a little bit more. Ooh, let me take the magenta type color here. I think you can see that, okay. Trying to separate the eyelid and the eyebrow a little bit more on that side. We'll do that over here too. Boy, teensy bit lighter. Teensy bit lighter right there. That was looking a little too solid even for a figure of this scale, that the 72 mil. Let's see if I can, oh, there we are. Now the other tendon here on the neck, that must be lighter. Boy, that's going to be tough to reach, but again, the oil paint just make it easier to deal with. Like this. Let's get a little bit more light on the shoulder and the shoulder blade here. Alright, that's starting to do it a little bit more there. Now we need some more of our light here. That's just a little too much dark over there on that part of the forehead. Okay, that starts to make a little more sense. And we'll lighten this up a little too. Okay. Yeah, that all makes a bit more sense now. A little bit difficult to get the brush down in there because we got the hair in the way, we got the bat in the way. Let me see if we can do a little something here on Mr. Bat, because he's just got like a big old light dot for one of his eyes. I also want to get some of the some asphaltum on this. I'm almost tempted. More of a pin line. Why? Let's just see how this works. If I don't like it, I can change it. Ah, okay, that's good, because yeah, I want to change the color on this. It was so much of the bluish gray. It was a little too monotone. Changing that up a little now. Yeah, now it's got some brown, but we'll have to kind of let that sit there for a spell before we just try and mess around with that again. Do we want to go any more with our dark there? Nah. Oh, okay. Gotta get the rest of that Terra Rosa refined. Okay. I need more light over here, I think. So again, I'm gonna let that the asphaltum kind of say, oh yeah, I like that bit of brown on the top of his head there. Probably maybe come back with the yellow and the maybe I'm gonna almost like a mix we had on the hair here, down over there. Now we've got, no, that's gonna be too late. Let's not go too late with this. Trying to do a little something right here with that lighter bluish tone. Yeah, that was looking a little too dark down in there. That is now better. Okay, I'm gonna see if I can't throw a little bit more of the lighter blue over here. Also over here. With each of these brush strokes, it starts to pick up more of what's already on there. All the way down to the rock here. Some of that needs a little touch of light on it, but a little different tint to it than what we had with our initial dry brush, which I think had a little bit more. Oh, it was our radiant gray, so a little more of a blue here. Thinking again, the light sort of coming down from above. If I can just get the edge of this here, I think that'll also help to separate nicely from the rocks. Like that. There we go. This should also be a little lighter here. And that, not again, not too much. Also here, I think that needs to have, well, at least some of our bluish tone to it. Ah, yeah. Part of that is just the hard edge, but then also it's as much the color again as it is value or whatever. Yes, it's lighter, but it's more about having an edge right there, and then this little touch of the bluishness to it is very, very important. I'm gonna carry the light. Ah, that's it. It's had these two weird, totally not connected areas of light on the sleeve here. Back to our, a little more of our light down there, and maybe, okay, fine, I'll get down into the, that's our fast matte white, still a little bit of the radiant blue. And I'll just try and get the ends of the cloth here. Actually, Grand Oracle, there was another effect that I saw when I was looking for reference pictures for this. It was almost, well, it was just something that you pretty much would have wanted to do with interference colors. It was cloth, but I think it would have been done very nicely with interference colors, and it was almost sort of a again, I don't know what the fabric was. It was kind of a silk, but it also, again, it was like color shifting. So we might have to, well, we could try that effect. That was originally what I was thinking about trying on here, but then I thought, no, that's, I think that's best to save for a painting series where we can kind of let things dry and come back at it again. Okay. Now, Sarge, if you wanted to share pictures of your, I almost said Oracle of Decay. Grand Oracle's like, wait, what? Your Harbinger of Decay. Of course, again, starting to get a little bit of the hungries here, and all I'm thinking is the Harbinger of DQ. Is there a blizzard in the future? So Grand Oracle, it was almost like this kind of spectral effect where the cloth looked like it was part of it had a little bit of greenish-ness to it, then other parts of it had almost like a kind of a Terra Rosa look to them. Like an iridescent, I guess that's the, it's like iridescent cloth of some kind. Do I need to show a little more of my light right here? We'll try that. Blending brush. So see what we're going to take the end of that, pull that out. Going to do the same on the other side. Take this and we spread that out. So now the area in the middle is exactly, we haven't messed with that, but on the edges we kind of take that and we move that around. Another edge that I think I need to restore is over here. This one. Maybe a little right there. Now on the hair, I'm going to try and get individual little lines in here if I can. If it doesn't work, well, it doesn't really matter. Okay, the lip there. I'm going to try and make a little adjustment here. Egyptian violet. Naphthol red. Yeah, naphthol red over there. Well, land dressed using the. I was actually land dressed. I was like, I saw that and I'm thinking, well, hopefully no chocolate covered raisins involved in getting the cake out of the oven. So Grand Oracle, I think it wasn't all that long ago where I was using, well, maybe it was several months ago, but I think it was the green interference paint along with the Terra Rosa. That was green interference paint and Terra Rosa mixed together. What kind of cake is it going to be there, Landrast? Again, it'll be interesting enough just trying to make the cookie dough and stuff for the potential Christmas cookies. It would be very, very nice to be able to do a cookie decorating stream. I mean, obviously, we have our ornament painting streams because, love me some ornaments. Those are all presents for other people, so I basically don't have any. All those ornaments that I painted, I think I might have one of them here still. So, yes, the Christmas tree will not have any of my painted ornaments. They've all been sent away. Okay, and we'll do some of this. Well, yellow cake with vanilla frosting goes very good with 2 or 3 scoops of mint melt-away ice cream and magic shell. Can't go wrong with that. Now that has it's not dry, but that's now set, which means I can start fooling around with maybe some other tones up here, also here. This is the same color we used for the hair. See if we can scare up some lighter browns here. Seems to be working. Same on the other side. Because, yeah, all of the, again, the light blue there was looking a little too much of the same thing. Alright, I'm going to go even stronger with the radiant yellow here. Let me see what happens. Around the eye. Okay, that worked for the eye. But this one. Come on. Then I'm going to go over the top of that with some dark. Okay, some here. More down there. Not that big old blob of dark right there. No, I do need some dark over here around the eye, like I said before. So I'm just got some Van Dyke brown, I think, here. Yeah. Let me see. We're going to go right on the top of the... there we go. That worked. Okay. Good to go. I'm not quite sure how that was going to work, but I think we got that now. more of our dirt right along here, because that's where the rock is, right here. Now I'm going to switch over here to the asphaltum and the Egyptian violet, because we've had a whole bunch of light and middle tone added here. I actually need to go a little stronger with the darks. That's what was going on. I was looking at this going, well, do I need to make it lighter? It's like, well, no, I can't. It's as light as it can be. Well, in that case, there's only one thing you can do, and that's make it darker. And that's what we just did. Now we're going to go in here. After all these little edges and brush strokes. Well, now it is almost 3 hours, so we can definitely do brushstroke management. It's getting to be that time. Again, that's the asphaltum and the Egyptian violet there. Now we're getting ourselves some strong shadows there. That's just what we were missing. They might do the same thing in here. We will just take this blending brush. Like that. Now that's got a little bit more of the asphaltum in it. Okay, I'm gonna see here. Let me try something. It'll take a half a second to wipe it away if I don't like this bit of the, well, it's kind of like dirty radiant yellow, because there's still the Van Dyke brown on the brush. But here, let's see what happens. A little bit more of the light there. Also trying to get more some individual hairs kind of painted in here. They're not really they're not actually sculpted on there, so we're sculpting with paint, because we can do that, no problem. Let's see if I can get my light on the top of that. Over here. Ooh, yeah, that side for sure. There we go. So, yep, 2 hours and 58 minutes ago, this was completely paint-free. No colors, no pre-glaze, no nothing. All done with the oils in 3 hours so far. I want to try and get a little light on the top of that eyebrow there. See if I can get a little bit of the yellow in here, and then, yeah, we'll just use this blending brush here. Now, the nice thing with the oils, too, is sometimes if you really don't have a solid plan, you can sort of work your way into a plan. Because I want to say, I mean, you can still see the gray primer on my figure. As of maybe an hour and a half before the stream, this didn't even have primer on it. And I had no real idea, outside of maybe doing some sheer cloth or whatever. That was the only idea that I had. So Landress says that's not much of an accomplishment, because he has an entire collection of paint-free miniatures. Actually, Landress, we should make some money on that. We can offer an entire line of paint-free miniatures. Now, if you want something like that, that's kind of a special thing. So we would definitely have to charge more, right, Landrast? You would have to charge much more for a paint-free miniature as opposed to a miniature. That's or a paint for free miniature. All right, we got our fast matte white over here. I'm gonna start breaking that down because I'm looking for some of our lightest lights, kind of going boom right down this chain of highlights. Let's that's what I'm looking for anyhow. Let's see if we can make that happen here. Now, Landra says that he is loath to sell off his vast collection of paint-free miniatures because he might just need those one day. That is a bit of a quandary, right, Landrast? It is a little bit of a quandary, I'd have to say. Landrast even has the name of the company all picked out. Blank Canvas Miniatures. And of course, now those are certainly worth a premium price, wouldn't you say, Landrast? Yeah, these are miniatures where you can actually make a choice of what colors you want them to be. So I would say that certainly, I don't know, is that a mark of about 200-300% Landrast? Again, just got a little dot of paint there. See how I took that and just kind of yanked a little bit this way and a little bit that way? I'm going to see if I can't go a little lighter here. And there. Where's that blending brush? There you are. And like that. Yeah, it's definitely well, Glandrest, of course. It's much like, oh, here we go. Yeah. Here, when we have brushes like this, I mean, there are a half dozen significant features of this brush that make it far more advanced than a regular brush. I mean, how many brushes come with most of the paint gone off of the handle? And look at that, that's texture paste right there. There's some paint on there. Look at the bristles all nice and modified like that. Again, there's the features on this brush. I think that should be at least a $30 brush. Potentially something more. Can I get me a little more light? You know what? I might even do that on Mr. Bat over here. Not so sure about that, but we'll run with it for now. Oh, there you go. It's paint ready. Yes, they're paint ready miniatures. As opposed to the other type that clearly are not paint resi. But now what we do need here is a little bit more light on the, again, the fingers here, the knuckles. So that separates a little bit from our bat. Might even throw a little bit of this right here on the forehead. You can see there's a little bit of a stippling technique there, right? Well, Valfera, thank you so much for being here. Oh, you know what we should do, Valfera? We should do an old-fashioned farewell film noir. And it still is the same. I mean, yeah, okay, shading, but boy, I don't know, to me, that has just so much less contrast than this. I mean, you get, again, the Terra Rosa, the violet, the kind of the magenta going on in there. Hey, Mad Thinker, welcome back. I hope that you're doing well. And again, Valfair, you have yourself a good one. do the usual, shoot you some messages tomorrow. Not sure if Megan is still awake and alive or not. It's getting a little bit, yeah, it's getting mighty late there for Megan. So catch you later there, Valfera. Alright, and we'll do a little more of that lightest light out here on the edge of the cloth now. So thanks, Mad Thinker. Let me see, 3 hours and 5 minutes ago. This is what we call our paint-ready miniatures, as in it just had primer on it and nothing else. All of this done in just the last 3 hours, courtesy of our wonderful oil paints. And our magic beat-up brushes that are worth about 20 cents a piece. I mean, this is the most expensive brush. That's like a $5, 30-cent brush maybe on Dick Blick. That's it. No sable brushes, none of that necessary. Shocking thing is the longevity of these brushes, lasting so much longer than any sable brush. Usually 3 to 4 times as long. They really take a beating. And they last even longer because we just chuck that paint down there. We take another brush and do this. I might just be able to get a little bit more of my light over here too. Sure. Oh wow, we can get that significantly lighter. That's good. So I'll take the blending brush to it one more time. There. Now I'm thinking here, move some of this out of the way. I'm gonna get a little touch of our later here color down there. See if this will work as well. All right, there you go. Ooh, that could be too late, but again, if it is, I can just take my blending brush and take some of that away. Also, remember to thin over thick and vice versa. When we say that, it doesn't necessarily mean a pinline wash versus right out of the tube. Could be one is 50% thin down, the other one is 30%. Enough to make a difference. I think that I try to do that clarification now more these days because some folks, when they hear that thick over thin, I think it kind of equates to, automatically a glaze versus something that's really solid and heavy. Hopefully that clarification helps. That, whoops, there's a big old blob of radiant yellow on the end of that brush. Get rid of that. Might throw just a touch of it right there and over there. Then I'm looking at the top of that. No, I think we'll leave that be. However, that's going to get changed. Now that sort of tan color that transitions down into the bat. Ooh, you know what? I'm going to try that same crazy little bit of magenta. Maybe on some parts of the bat wing. Ooh, wait a minute. Let me get rid of that thinner that's sitting there. Yeah, I think that makes a difference. Okay, let me, well, I have to thin that down a little bit more. Color goes somewhere. Must go everywhere, including on our bat wings. I don't know, maybe that almost gives them a little translucency as well. Certainly makes those more interesting than just, well, same reason why we went with kind of the warmer colors over there. It just makes it a little more interesting. Alright, a little more thinner. So Matt, thinking we did the usual pre-glaze. It was an interesting pre-glaze on the figure, especially of Egyptian violet. So a super dark purple. That was our pre-glaze, which we, well, as much as that, as much as you can wipe away. Again, it's Egyptian violet. You're not going to get much of that off of there. And then we kind of dry brushed back in with some of our mid-tones and lighter tones, and then we've been doing stuff like this where we just chuck a little paint on there, take a blending brush, push that around. Oh, and by the way, again, more of the magenta here. Touch of that over here as well. And back to the blending brush. Fine, we'll use this one. Again, that gets a little bit of the magenta in there. So that's not really a value change so much as a color change. Now this almost does it's a bit of a color change, but also actually makes it a little darker. Where's my magenta again? Get a little bit of that going into the shoulder here. So that's kind of that stippling brush stroke again. Now, Megan is still here. Oh boy, Megan, there was a part of me that was hoping you were already asleep there, because it's awful late. But Megan, thanks for being here. Everybody, please follow Megan Paints. And Megan, if you want to share your link tree before you go, that would be fine. I'm gonna get me a little more of the magenta under the eyelid, or under the eyebrow and in front of that eyelid. Let me get a little lighter here. Hopefully that's not too much. It's just a little bit easier to kind of do it this way than trying to paint two really thin lines. Essentially almost negative painting the light area in between those two lines. Again, that's the eyelid and the eyebrow. There we go. That's we don't need her to have really thick eyebrows. We don't need her to, it looks like she needs to pluck those or something. Just thin that down a little. Also try and lighten that up just a tiny bit more here. I guess I'll go with the Brilliant Yellow Pale. This is a fairly dry right here, so that just starts to blend right away instead of kind of we need to get some light over here too. Take our blending brush to it. Perhaps a tiny bit more here. I actually got a little thinner into that. And sure enough, that sticks a little bit better. Okay, there we are. Yeah, I don't want to go too light there. That's all kind of in shadow. Maybe Catch a smidge more light there. Blending brush. Like so. I would like to get a little more light down here as well. We'll take a very light approach to this. Again, look where my hand is on this brush. It is closer to the back of the brush than to the front of the brush. Why? Because now I can get past all this stuff. Get right in here. And do you see the brush shaking around or anything like that, do you? Actually, Grand Oracle, we were able to get some sleep last night because I know it was going to be an early morning for you, and it was a late night with the stream. Grand Oracle, I haven't, well, I think most of those, they don't even think people would even use the oil paints. So I think most of, they wouldn't be, well, of course you wouldn't be able to tell, right, Grand Oracle? If people were to look at the that French army that I have, they would not be able to tell that half the figures were painted in oils and the other half were painted in acrylics. It just would not be possible to tell one from the other. Might throw a little light on the upper part of the cheek here again. Doing that kind of a little bit of a stippling right there. Geez, Grand Oracle, sorry about that. And hopefully that ends really soon, because, well, that's no fun. Gee whiz. As history now, as the weather starts to get a bit cooler. Yeah, granted, well, that was how remember the injury that happened? Because I was trying to stifle that cough on stream when I wasn't roofing myself with the Alka-Seltzer cold medicine. But yeah, that's one thing for sure. Usually the only caveat or whatever you want to say with painting contests is you can't, it has to be like a new thing for that competition. It can't be something you've used before, and you're usually not supposed to be showing it around, right? Not supposed to be putting it on the socials and that sort of stuff. Landtress, that was another thing out of context for me there, because I was thinking, medicines and drugs, and all of a sudden I heard powdered sugar, and I was thinking that's not code for anything. Well, Landrast, I don't know. Well, let's see. Where can you go get powdered sugar? Well, it's not. It's also not 11:58 at night for you. So, a couple minutes of our happy Saturday before it becomes a happy Sunday. You still got a fair amount of your Saturday left over there. So Landrasta on his way to Safeway to secure some baking materials. This also can't be just the one value. I'm going to do that. We'll get our blending brush here. Well, that's fantastic, Landrast. Now, what are we going to do here? We're going to take that same light. Yeah, what the heck? We'll take that same light again. We're going to hit it again over here. Pull that down a little bit. Take our blending brush. We'll tap, tap, tap here. There. Yep, I think that helped. Now back in there. That's awful dark there. Gonna come back around to the radiant blue. Once again, yeah, just chuck some paint down in there. We'll take this. Alright, see that big old nasty blob. All kidding aside, how would I paint 6 or 7 layers of paint in there? I can barely even see it, much less get the brush back there. But now I've got something that's blended at least as nicely as if I had done a whole bunch of blind layering there. And it only took a few seconds. So again, you just can't beat that option. Get a little bit more of my light over here. Alright, and down here maybe I will try a little something that's got some yellow. Huh. Okay, well, that was getting interesting. Radiant yellow mixed with Egyptian violet makes an interesting kind of a dull grayish brown. Now that is definitely the case, right, Grand Oracle? It really is. Now I could have put some more ground cover, flock, whatever on this, but we'll just we'll go with this right now. There's a little bit more of our kind of yellowish brown, tan, whatever. Again, if a color goes somewhere, it must go everywhere. So some of that down here. And just like Grand Oracle says, if we don't like this, we can make this vamoose in a hurry. We can get rid of this in no time, flatten, pretty much have it back to what it was in a matter of seconds. Because I know people, I hear that all the time. Geez, I don't want to ruin it, which is understandable. But with the oils, you don't have to worry about that here. Again, see, we just crazy, nasty old colors, which now I'm going to mix with that pre-glaze. It's still sitting there after about 3 hours and 20 minutes. Yes, indeed. Looky there. Yeah, I'm glad I'm doing that. Okay, that makes a little bit more sense with everything else. I'm going to do the same thing here. I'm just going to take that. Why am I going to mix up a whole bunch of special colors when I can take one that we already have been using? And then take this little blending brush to it. Good enough. Boy, Grand Oracle. Well, we had some freehand last night, and man, it just shaded itself. I almost didn't have to put any actual shading on there. Well, on purpose? Is that the right phrase for it? Or intentionally? It just kind of happened all on its own. Doesn't get much better than that. The only thing better than paint-free miniatures are miniatures that paint themselves, right, Grand Oracle? Oh, do I have that? No, that's in my case. That was the Rohan banner, yeah. And then there was yeah, that's right. That was the Rohan banner where it was too close to the one side, and then there was a whole part of the banner where I tried a certain kind of like a knotwork pattern, and it didn't work vertically. It worked great horizontally. And it said, okay, fine. We got rid of that, did a whole different pattern that worked so much better. Okay, yeah. That carries some of this all the way down to there. Again, color goes somewhere. It must go everywhere. That's kind of what we're doing here. A little bit more of our yellow there. And by yellow, not it's a very dingy yellow. It's almost like yellow ochre. Like Grand Oracle, the magic sponges, right? It's kind of weird. Grand Oracle. There's still, and there's not many of them, but there's still some of the old type of sponges that I used to use, like the old lipstick applicator things, and I think there was the really sharp eyeliner things. I used to use those all the time before I ever knew about these, and then of course, before we knew we could cut one sponge into, I don't know, 7 or 8 pieces. All of those things, they just sometimes, well, what was our little, it was supposed to be a new book, a new chapter of the Book of Wapple. Sometimes, well, you, a technique just kind of comes by accident. First you learn a technique, then you perfect a technique, and what we're doing here is we're going to carry some of this kind of brownish color up here onto the stone, so that even the stone has a little bit of color transformation to it. Because, why not? And you can see that dark color on the end of the brush? That is the pre-glaze. It's still down there. So that certainly looks much different. You know what? I'm going to grab some of that. It's going to go over here. And I can always, again, then take the blending brush to it here and just tone that down. Doesn't wipe it out. Just literally takes the edge off. Yeah, Grandor, I think it was the lipstick applicators. They were kind of like sharpened Q-tips, like an angled Q-tip. And I remember using those. Well, of course, there was a lot of it on the vehicles and such. I think Grand Oracle, I don't know if you remember, it was in a couple of videos, the green stuff world. It was like a plastic tube, and then you stuck the, what was equivalent to the blister pack foam in it, which you could just make with a straw and blister pack foam. But yeah, that's what I used to use before there was these before there were the wedgies. And that is these guys right here that I slice this way. I don't know, again, you can get at least 6 pieces. Sometimes I get as many as 8. On average, well, I guess 7. And that again is what we use for our pre-glaze. It does kind of help your hands not get too covered with the oil paints during the pre-glaze. I don't really care because it's only going to be for a few hours that my hands have that on there. And, well, I'm not really using a whole bunch of paints that have heavy metals in them. I mean, there's a tiny bit of spatter on my hand. That's it. Right? And there's a tiny little bit of Egyptian violet there from holding one of the sponges. Also, that's it. Now what I'm going to do here is peel some of this away. I want to put my, it's not the blackest black. Again, we used that last night on stream. Might have been the first time ever we actually used the blackest black on stream. But I'm going to get some of my precursor to that, because I want to see just how dark this actually is. We shall do that now, and that's this stuff right here. I'm going to give this a little bit of a shake. That is this. Again, that's not the blackest black. It's, but it does actually, it's a nice first application, first coat, I guess you could say. Don't need a whole bunch of it, but I want to see, especially now that I've done this along the edge here, I want to see what that's going to look like. So essentially I'll do this first, and then the final, might be at least one, if not 2, 2 coats of the Stuart Simple Blackest Black. Again, the most expensive base rim painting material known to the human species. But it really does work well, and again, in photographs, it really disappears. I'm still hoping to actually create a backdrop, probably not out of cardboard, but maybe some MDF or something. Oh, maybe pink foam, that's it. And I'll just, well, I'm going to use this. I'll paint it with this first, and then use the blackest black over the top of it. And see how that works as a photo backdrop. Okay. We're good to go there. Now I do have to clean out this brush because, well, this is acrylic. Unlike the oils, which I quite often sometimes leave overnight on the brush by accident, not by intent. So again, just cleaning that off with a brush there. And then I'm going to have this aside for a potential blending brush here. Alright. So, okay, there's a... I think that's supposed to be some more... I think that's some more bones over there or something. I'm going to get some of the brilliant yellow pale over here. Maybe some ribs or something, I guess. Because I'm fairly certain this lady's supposed to be like a vampire or something, whatever. Not super sure. Take a blending brush to that. And then the edge along here. There's a couple more bones, it looks like, over here too. Maybe kind of like a sandy texture or something, I guess. That other miniature, well, the one that's it's from Bella Nacht. It's that, I think it's, yeah, it's that Celtic warrior. I wanted to, well, do some of our tattoos and such. I get a sense that Crocodile is joining us here. Hey there, Crocodile, how you doing? Thanks for the raid. Everybody, please give Crocodile a follow if you could. So Crocodile, hopefully that wasn't too expensive to get that thing fixed last week. And hopefully you were able to do, I know you said a long run that you had to do. So hopefully all fixed, all good, got to do that long run. Everybody again, please give Crocodile a follow if you could. This is a 3D print. This is from Bella Nacht Miniatures. 3 hours and 33 minutes ago, there was no paint on this. It was just primer. And we did our usual, hit it with the darker colors, wipe some of them away. Take our filbert brushes. You can see some of right there's some of our initial skin tones right there. And now we're doing some more of our detail stuff. So again, 3.5 hours ago, this was literally just some primer. It's advanced a little bit since then, hasn't it? So Crocodile, now I saw some bases out on your work table there. Wasn't sure if you were doing basing tonight or if you were just getting some fixed stuck on there so you could get those painted. So Crocodile, again, I don't know if you may, I know sometimes the ad wall comes in and such, but hopefully you were able to get the vehicle all squared away and do that fair and everything. Because I remember that was something you were talking about in our last stream when you were here. Now, last night's stream was very fun. because we combined a 3D printed miniature with a 3D printed base and then a 3D printed plinth. Look at that. That is not wood. That's printing resin. However, looks suspiciously like wood right here. That's all done with the paint, and this was all done last night. What was it about? Was it a 5-hour stream last night ish? Something like that. Again, this one we're 3.5 hours into this one. So great to see you again, Crocodile. We're trying to get some really intense light here for some parts of the dress. We're trying to go for the sheer cloth look here. That look, yeah, Crocodile, of course, and that's kind of it's an impediment to business when it's doing some misbehaving, right? A wee bit of an impediment. So again, hopefully that stops doing that, stops being troublesome. And of course, Crocodile, you want to share any link stuff that you've been doing there on the stream in the chat? I know you got your chaosy stuff that you've been working on. Lots of Sigmar stuff, right? This is just trying to get a little bit of our well, I mean it's really gray. It looks blue here only because it's such a contrast to all of these kind of warmer colors. It's really not all that blue. It's really more of just a gray. But we talk about context all the time, don't we? Again, look at that. See, it's kind of more of a bluish. And here we almost get into like a little bit of a violet up there, right? Yeah, Crocodile, I was worried about that. I think it was, you were thinking it might have been something a little bit, well, a little less nasty than that, right? So sorry, there's the mega cost right there. Now we're going to get, that's a little bit of our asphaltum / Van Dyke Brown mix. We will get our micro blending brush involved again here. So Crocodile, hopefully that's done. Nothing else. More of a dark over here. No, oh yeah, here, let's do this instead. Let's get to, wow, that really dirtied up that magenta. But that's what's going to go over here. Now, a Crocodile, that also, that is definitely less than ideal. Now, of course, if it were an actual jet engine, that would be just fine, wouldn't it? But something tells me that, yeah, I shouldn't be making those noises. Now, that was something else. See, we got some more of our kind of that magenta type color down here. Again, that's give it that sort of semi-translucent appearance there. Do I go any lighter? No, what I do is find my, there's my blending brush. Well, Crocodile, oh, then that'll make a little bit of a racket for sure. Now, definitely we'll hope that is what it is, for sure. Nah, I better just get all that stuff off of that brush. Trying to get the kind of a much lighter skin tone. You know what? Maybe even a little bit of the radiant magenta in here. And that will go bingo right there. You know what? We could lighten this. Oh, definitely. Yeah, we'll lighten this up a little bit here. Especially on the tendon there. That's just a little too dark. Where's my, is this the blending brush I'm looking? We'll use this one. Yeah, that's well, let's see. So a kilometer is a 6/10 of a mile. So maybe 28-ish, 29,000 miles. You know what? I'm going to let a little more of the light work its way out here too. And again, we've got our blending brush here to make sure to see the nasty brush strokes, right? Well, they were. Remember when we just took that chunk of the magenta and threw it right on the cheek there? Change that around nicely. I'm going to go a little bit more of the here. This brilliant yellow pale, radiant magenta. That's going to be a very intense light. Oop, that a little too much. That's what we got our brush here for. That's what that is there for. Try this once again. That is much better. Yep, that's what we needed. Back over here to that sort of a magenta type color. A little bit of light there, and we'll do a little bit of that over here. And again, that stippling type of brush stroke, I don't even need to get back in there with the blending brush. Don't even need to do that. Alright, we'll work it this way. Yeah, that's of course, yeah. Of course, that's definitely of course that's the case, right? I'm gonna make the clavicle here lighter too. Okay, wait a minute. Let's get back over to that. Again, that's the radiant magenta, a little bit of the brilliant yellow pale. Boom, there we are. Again, we'll lighten that up just a little bit there, and then we're gonna take some of the edge off of it. Okay, that's what the blending brush is for. We're not wiping out that brush stroke. We're just, can't we take a little bit of the edge off it? That's all. I'm gonna see if I can't also here get more of a mid-tone. And I'm gonna thin it down a little, just a touch here. And then we're gonna extend that mid-tone a little bit further this way. You know, maybe, well, I guess we're just gonna have to do this. And I think, well, the enemy of good is better. In fact, the mortal enemy of good is better. Sometimes you just go, is that exactly what I wanted? Maybe not. Close enough? Yes, leave it. Because it's usually only going to go south from there. It's not going to get into it. There's just more chance for something to go wrong. More chance for something to go wrong. So maybe just, again, don't mess with it. Crocodile. Now that's the kicker, right? If it's just kind of like left to its own devices, so to speak, and that happens, well, okay, maybe. But sometimes I've seen it where a vehicle that's constantly getting all the attention maybe likes that attention a little too much and keeps demanding some more. Oh, you know what? I am going to take my blending brush. This one, yeah, we'll do this. Again, I see a little bit of a brush stroke there. So we'll do this little tap, tap, tap here. That is all that is. Again, this is why no need to combine airbrushes and oil paints together. You don't want to be airbrushing oil paints for about 1,000 different reasons. The main one is it's just not necessary. It is so not necessary. Again, with just a few hairy sticks here, that if you take all the brushes together and combine the cost of them that I've used in the painting of this, even the makeup sponges, you're looking at less than $10 for all of it. This is the most expensive thing. It's about $5.50 max. Everything else, quite literally pennies on the dollar. Instead of involving pricier things like airbrushes and all that other stuff. It just, again, it's no problem to have them. I have airbrushes too. But I don't need them. Don't need them for the painting part. I have my oil paints. I have my makeup sponges, my hairy sticks, all that good stuff. Again, kind of almost going with a little bit of a dirt slash sandy, dusty texture there, whatever, for whatever reason. Didn't really see all the little skelly friends and stuff that were sculpted in there at first, but then I saw them, I said, okay, fine. Well, we'll hit those a little bit more then. Yeah, Crocodile, that definitely sounds like a good plan. Now, I don't want to get too light here. We don't want the little skelly friends down here taking too much away from everything going on up there. There are some chompers in there. We'll try and get a couple of those. And then I've got the bones over here. I'm going to try and get these a little further here. Like that. Okay. Yeah. Now, the thing with this, if that's supposed to be a rock or a skull, don't know. But I will try to get a little bit more of my light for the white cloth. Hey, Grouse, how you doing? This old Grouse, great to see you back. I hope that you've had yourself a really good weekend so far. So Grouse, what was... I don't know if you had a chance to see any of last night's stream. We'll pull this out real quick. So this is actually our imprintable terrain figure, and the entire figure, for the most part, was Egyptian violet pre-glaze. And then we did the skin tone into it, and that was really intriguing. So here we did it on a much bigger one. So this is like a 72 mil fig, and all of the skin tone was originally Egyptian violet. I mean, it's crazy, right? It was quite literally Egyptian violet. Crocodile, that's all I'm interested in. Well, the best ability is availability, and if it's not available, then it's useless, right? Yeah, this old grouse, maybe catch that one first. Oh, the other interesting thing about that one, this old grouse, is Landress has returned with the powdered sugar. So, well, you know, of course, the place on the street corner is open all night for the powdered sugar, of course. But that painted wood grain on the plinth, this old grouse, you might find that kind of entertaining too, because well, never did that before. Oh, and by the way, oh, and that's our surface tension. Said, hey, why don't you make it look like you carved your initials in that? Where the heck? Oh, there it is. So we try to make it so that maybe it looked like the initials were carved in there too. Well, Landrest, you'll have to tell me. Well, you have to take some pictures of the final result. Hopefully, I'll have some pictures of some lovely hot roast stuff, slow cooker style, to show you tomorrow. Well, it could be very late. Might be like a 1 or 2 in the morning here. So yeah, this old grouse. I just thought it was so neat on the other one. Let's try it again here, and boy, that's really been fun. So kind of a little different approach as far as the pre-glaze go for skin tone. Might have otherwise been something more along the lines of a combo of Terra Rosa, Asphaltum, probably. Some objectives for Infinity. Okay. Oh, and now, Crocodile, do you have the big? Is that the big boss guy that's riding? He's not the one riding a wyvern. I don't know what he's actually riding. He's like riding like the orc version of a hippogriff or something. So Landress, the other thing I've got to do tonight after the stream is to make some build plates with the Highland Miniatures Bretonians. Definitely do those. This old grouse, that is, it's such an interesting color, the way it can be combined with other things, and well, here we go. I think it's this horsey. Yeah, it makes a fantastic color for horsies and all other such things. So, let's do some more here. Like so. So yeah, Landris, I transferred the Pegasus Knights, the whatever the Countess was or whatever, and I think the Green Knight. He did a Green Knight, didn't he? Hey, there's Space Hobo. Welcome back. I hope that your Saturday was a good one. Hopefully everybody's having a good Sunday, because well, now it is Sunday here. It is 12:31 here. And this old grouse, now of course I do enjoy the brown matter. I gotta start getting that back out on the palette again. I mean, they're both really nifty. They both have their things that they're interesting for. I said, you know what, why don't we go a little bit more with our light there. So everybody please check out the Instagram link that this old grouse posted. Actually, now grouse, did you see these? I'm giving you like 200 videos to watch, but I'll use the bat to point it. See this edge right here? Basically what I did was I took some of, it was probably the Van Dyke Brown or what, I just chucked a bit of it there and took one of my little blending brushes and just faded that out. See how we got all of these kind of edges here? Look at that. See along his chest plate there? So I don't know if you've seen these or not, but this old grouse, this could help you there, again, on those edges where you're trying to really make something sharp. See what we did here? We did the same thing up there, right in that corner. There wasn't really much of an edge there, and we really sharpened that up a lot. So Landress it's only a partially blank canvas then with some paint on it, and I mean, it's basically the Green Knight. Wouldn't you say, Landress? And it is the Highland Miniatures one, right? I'm pretty sure that I transferred that. We'll find out later tonight after the stream here. Oh, it's the boars. Okay. Yeah, that's the one I was thinking of. And again, Crocodile, if you want to share any links there in the chat, please go ahead and do so. So it is the Green Knight. Now, because I have painted that, I think once, maybe, and actually Kathy did one of those too. But obviously, it would be interesting to, well, paint it up like the Green Knight. You know what? I'm just going to go this away. I'm going to do that at first, but it just seems like it needs to be here. Oh, that's fantastic, this old grouse. That is fantastic. So essentially, well, in some ways, not all that different. Here, look at this. We're going to take some indigo and Van Dyke Brown. See, I'm kind of going back in here, and it's creating a little bit of some darks in there. I could highlight this lighter, like you were saying. Well, I could make the edges maybe a little lighter, but instead, when in doubt, make things darker. That's actually, ooh, wait a minute. I think that's actually one of our later chapters too. Let me see here. That could be in the 50s. Ah, look at that. When in doubt, make colors darker. Instead of automatically, kind of the instinct, wouldn't you say, is to go to the highlight stuff? This old grouse, it never gets old. It's always a fun thing to do. Actually, this one is up on the YouTube channel. Oh, I did a Patreon video of that as well. And this old grouse, again, the Egyptian violet was the pre-glaze on that. Holy smokes. So, yeah. And I hate Landrest. I don't know if you wanted to share, as we get a little more dark in here, your Tyranids / Kings of War figures there. So yeah, we're going to go a little dark there, and then just touch right there. This is almost the same thing, this old grouse, except not seeking a hard edge, but just a little bit more of a shadow there. Same over here. And here's that blending brush again. Look at that. So boom, right there. And it really saves so much effort. So well, saves on paint too. Doesn't hurt. Now here, see, there's a weird hard edge here. I'm taking the blending brush. Look at that. That was a whole bunch of hard, weird edges along the end of the fingers there. That is all gone now. Oh, you're painting up the Hormagaunts. Which what are they? What are they now in Kings of War parlance? They're not Twilight kin, right? For some reason, I just keep thinking they're Twilight kin. Alright, so enough with the dark there. We're going to switch over to the Radiant Magenta. And once again, might also, well, we'll probably need the blending brush one more time. Kind of doing the stippling stuff there, but I was tempted to go a little bit lighter there. But instead, I might try to take this lighter skin tone and get some of that over there. As we get to almost at hour 4, again, 4 hours ago, there was nothing on here. It was what we call one of our wonderful paint-free miniatures. That's what it was when we started. This old grouse, the softness is a big deal. That really does make it. And sometimes the brushes that I'm using, they actually have been literally softened by just use. So sometimes it's a brush that maybe after a while could become conditioned. I think that's the word that I'm using. Oh, Night Stalkers. I knew it wasn't Twilight kin. Yes, the Night Stalkers. Actually, those guys never did get a fleet in Armada, did they? At least I don't think so. And this old grouse, well, I think this So if you got Reaper Bones miniatures that have big old capes on them, well, this is also a really good type of thing to experiment with blending brush type activities. So just something to throw out there. So yeah, I'm gonna lighten this up a smidge too here. But it also is, it's not this, right? It's not the cooler white color. Remember we started with the radiant blue, and then we went to the fast matte white because we wanted to establish the fact that that was not just not just a white, but it had a little bit of bluishness to it. You know what? Might need to get a little bit more of my light going up that way too. Ah, Doji, how you doing? So this old grouse, you can't go wrong with those, right? Because, I mean, you could just use one as a practice thing several times. Just prime over it, do it again, different color scheme or different whatever, right? Now, Doji, did you get a chance to see what the wood grain looked like? I wasn't sure if you had to duck out before the wood grain was done. I think you were able to pretty much watch most of. Oh, and also that's the blackest black. It's really hard to tell. There's not as much to see over there. And I've also been handling this, so yeah. Thanks, Doji. Oh, and Doji, just like last night, all of the skin was pre-glazed Egyptian violet. Yeah, we were talking about, oh yeah, asphaltum. That's a really good pre-glaze for skin and everything. Well, we've thrown another little anvil into the mix here with Egyptian violet as a pre-glaze for skin tone. So Doji, the likelihood of, well, maybe this as a tutorial video on the Patreon page goes up to, well, like 110% that we'll have to do that. This old grouse, now, of course, Steeler Rebel has not streamed in a long, long, long time, but what Steeler used to do was there was these 3D printed barrels, and to put them on the end of, not dowel rods, but maybe it was dowel, oh no, popsicle sticks or something, and could write down the name of the color on the popsicle stick, and then would try different colors, and then also try different lengths of time. So you would actually have like 3 of these barrels, maybe try phthalo blue, Prussian blue, whatever, all next to each other. And then there would be another set where it was phthalo blue, where it sat on there for 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 20 minutes. Well, Crocodile, you have yourself a good one. That's the other thing I was kind of hoping to do tonight, was a little bit of that as well. Oh, that's right, Doji. Yeah, we did the little carving there. We did the little carving, and well, we'll just have to be painting some bobos then. We'll have to paint some bobos on some plinths. And truncos. Let's not forget trunco. Again, Kathy was a Jiro. That was Kathy's taters, we always called them. But for me, it was Trunco and Bobo. Yeah, that was something that Steela did, and you just called them her the staining barrels, I think. Again, I don't think Steela has streamed in quite some time. I keep forgetting to just send a message that way, just to see if things are okay at least. Now a little bit more of my light here on the end of the cloth, now that we've got the precursor to the blackest black there, not the blackest black. And Doji, of course, if you could please share your oil-painted Eldfall Chronicles miniatures. I actually did, I did prime a few of them today. The little, those little kind of Egyptian-esque statues. Primed a couple of those earlier today. Actually, as I was priming this, okay, so okay, that's the most important thing, Doji. I know that work can really get just overpower everything. Doji, I'm gonna say that the pre-glaze elsewhere was mostly Van Dyke brown, maybe a little bit of Mars black, and up here, okay, maybe there was a little asphaltum that worked up into the pre-glaze, but it happened. Well, it happened really quick. If you had blinked, you would have missed the pre-glaze. So everybody, please check out the Insta links here from Doji. Again, Doji's got some fabulous uh, miniatures from Eldfall Chronicles, and then also a wonderful diorama. Please go check those out. A little bit more on my light there. So Doji, I'm hoping that today is going to be a roast kind of a Sunday, as in roast in the slow cooker. So tomorrow, well, later today, because now it is today, gonna go get some of the same little extra things, the potatoes and mushrooms and such, to toss into the slow cooker. There's that blend. Where's that blending brush? There you are. There you are. Let me throw a little bit more of my light out there. That blend with what's already there. Get a little bit of tap, tap, tap. Yeah, that's definitely Doji. Now the other thing too is that, okay, let's with that pre-glaze, and I was actually, we're kind of emphasizing it here, is that, okay, maybe the overall color of the miniature is a reddish tone, but maybe the pre-glaze is actually a dark green. Nothing to do with red at all. It's just a dark green. So that's well, like here with the Egyptian violet, we weren't really looking for. We didn't want it to look like a dark elf or something, but that violet in the pre-glaze, wow, that really did some amazing stuff. And of course, oh, they're bikers. Remember, that was mostly just Van Dyke brown. And there definitely were some different color. Oh, our hobbits. That's the thing. So yeah, Doji, when I'm doing the Hobbit army painting series, I'm gonna really emphasize simplicity in the pre-glaze, and then we'll do our colors from there. So Doji, maybe that'll be helpful for you. The that Hobbit series. There we go. That really finishes that out. Now let me see if I can't do the same thing over this eye as well. A little more here. Yep, that's what I needed to see. Doji, yeah, I would, unfortunately, all of my work on the house, that's pretty much stymied by all the craziness with the garage there. So we'll just, I'm actually kind of going back to some of the 3D printing emphasis here. Just while the house stuff kind of takes over. Or the garage stuff overpowers everything else I was trying to do. Now, you know what, Mr. Bat over here, what are you gonna get some light up there too, maybe? Blending brush again. So, nasty little line there, which now actually blends with some of the Some of that magenta stuff we put there. Doji, give it a shot. Give it a shot. Because, like I said, the Hobbits that's going to be a ultra simple pre-glaze, and we're going to be getting, well, you saw there was greens and reds and yellows and plaids and everything else. So why not? And I think on our, speaking of plaid, our Highlanders, I think a lot of the indigo and stuff worked its way onto the skin tones as a pre-glaze. So Doji, it was the usual Terra Rosa. No, actually, it was Terra Rosa and a little bit of the Radiant Violet instead of necessarily just the. And actually, you can see some of it right here. And that dry brushed in, you can still see there's a fair amount of the violet down there still. And that was, again, just the Terra Rosa, Radiant Violet for the most part. Then as it got lighter, but then here I dry brushed in some magentas. You can actually see a little more of the Terra Rosa right there. And then areas like here and such. Again, that was more of a dry brush. And then I took there's been a lot of blending brush on this Doji. A ton of blending brush. Yeah, kind of like those Shatterpoint figures. I mean, you can look on the palette, you really don't see much in the way of mixed color there. Most of the big blobs that you're seeing is stuff left over from the pre-glaze. Get me a little more of my light down here, perhaps. Now that we did this, see that kind of a tan thing here? We have to actually get some of that over here. Otherwise, it's like, okay, why is it all tan and dirt over, and then suddenly underneath the translucent whatever, why is it suddenly gray? So, looky here. Especially where it touches. It's kind of like our skin tone. Look at that. See that? I was looking at this going, all right, what kind of mischief is going on over here? Why is this not really looking translucent? Well, because you're not seeing the sandy color. Now you are. This was really difficult too, wasn't it? I had to take the same color I've been using over here and just stick it right over here and down in these crevices here, where it's also still mixing with the pre-glaze. So, again, see how that now, as I was doing this here, I thought, well, maybe it'll make this look more translucent. Like, why is this still not looking translucent? Well, how's about actually get the sandy color or dirt color or whatever it's in the cloth? Look at this. Okay. It's just, wait, what is this? Magically stone or something over here? I don't think so. I think it should still be just that dirt, so blammo. Look at that. Wasn't difficult at all. Ooh, you know what I should do here? It's like, I forgot there's a little bit of an edge to the base right there. That would help. Again, similar to what was happening over there. No, let's go this way with it here. Again, a little bit of light right there. Shazam. A little bit of light over here. Like this. Also here. Alright, so now I'm starting to see, as you look down from above, this blue starts to kind of, oh, well, one good way to show some reddish magenta, almost like a bluish gray, and now the tan. I think you can see all three of them here until we do this, where you can't see any of them. Zoink. So now, not so much, right? It doesn't look really translucent at all because we don't have those three different colors of, for all intents and purposes, red, blue, yellow. Bring back the color. We will see red, blue, yellow. Right there. Look at that. Gotta use, as Poirot would say, the little gray cells. More of that here. Definitely over here. Lighten this up tool on the edge. So Doji was a fabulous day of college football here. Quite the discussion over. Well, there was some upsets. There were some near upsets. And let me take that a little bit further up here with that brown here. Doji, actually, believe it or not, I think because it's so thin down here, because it's mostly just pre-glazed down there, since it's pre, that doesn't cause a problem. And now it does with the black is black. It does not cause a problem with this, which is why we kind of do this stuff first. So yeah. Thank you so much, Recoil's mom. I'm going to guess it was Recoil's mom doing a little bit of mischief there. Yes, it was. Thank you so much, Recoil's mom. Appreciate that. And again, well, I know. Well, happy birthday. Everybody say again, happy birthday to Recoil's mom. So this old grouse, there's no such thing as pure white or pure black. So even here, well, where's our black town? Here it is. So even here, there's still some color. This is tinted more towards blue. And even here, there's actually, as you can see, there's some brown, warmer grays down here. So basically, like, wear a white t-shirt, stand in different light, and you'll see it's not white. Same thing with black. It's just there is no such thing as those two colors. There's, like here. Okay, the dress is white, but if it's all white, there is zero shading, right? So there had to be something that is different. Now look at this. Where the heck is our... maybe Gandalf should do it. Yeah, look at this. There's tans, blues, yellows, greens. It's white, but there's a host of different colors in that white. And that is really, really, really critical. So that's basically white object source light, and guess what? It still has a tint of blue to it. It can't just be no color. There has to be something. Let's see. So, and again, much obliged, Recoil's mom. Just so glad that recovery mode is in progress. Again, still getting the visual of Squeak being in that chair, and the chair, maybe a button gets pressed or something, and the chair starts rising up, and Squeak is quite mystified as to why the chair is moving like that. So thank you so much, Recoil's mom. Appreciate that. Okay, that right here, I looked at this and I went, well, we need a little something there. That was looking quite dark. No shadow here. This is in shadow, but over here, not so much. Not so much with the shadow there. So yeah, I only got to see a little part of the Red River rivalry, but the Louisville Cardinals shaking up that top 10, and I do believe, oh gosh, who's USC playing? Oh, USC is playing, not Not UTEP. And not the Utah Utes either. It would be fascinating if there were a wee bit of an upset there as well. Taking a nice big mallet to that top 10. Alright, we'll see you later there, Crocodile. Thanks so much for the raid. And again, sorry the vehicle is being so pesky there. So this old grouse, I was operating under the blue. So yeah, I have no idea who this actually is. I was just looking at the cards, and the cards showed a lot of blue, so I just figured they were blue lightsabers. So if you're wondering why there is so much blue there, it's because I was painting them as blue. Again, my Star Wars foo pretty much ends in the, what is it, 1990s? Yeah, pretty much haven't seen much after that. So with all the Star Wars stuff, I'm just looking at the whatever I see on the cards. I say, well, okay, it looks like this. Now again, even with her, there's as always, right? There's still gonna have to be some kind of a color there. Just like here, it's a white robe. However, there you have the skin tone showing through. Here we've got the sand, or whatever the soil is, showing through there. Some parts of it have more of an asphaltum tone. There's some parts that have more of a Van Dyke brown. And again, here we were using some indigo in there, even though it's all white. And that's a tricky thing to kind of, again, wrap the head around. Where's our white scars? There we go. So same thing with the white scars. If you're going to have any kind of shading, that shading can't just be a dead gray. It has to have some kind of a tint to it. And even on our white scar. Oh, actually, so this old grouse, all of these are, it's called chapter studies. It's a whole series of Space Marine vids there. So yeah, I don't even know. I guess that character, the Showa character, whatever, is from Star Wars Rebels, which was, I guess, an animated show or something. I was not even aware of that until just the last couple of weeks. And actually, now this old grouse, remember we were just talking about the kind of adding the darks on those clone commando figures there? Maybe that's it. What is it? When in doubt, make things darker. So the darker things are around those, the more those are going to, well, shine, right? And again, I know this is a lot of stuff all at once, for sure. Where's my blending brush again? There you are. But all of these principles, that's kind of how we do something like this with all of these subtle variations and such in 4.5 hours. Because I've seen people trying to do the same kind of, little variations on the skin or whatever, and it takes hours and days and days. Oh, the Clone Wars, that's right. It seems like an awful lot of the Shatterpoint stuff is from that. Now, there's the blue face guy. I wonder if there's going to be a Shatterpoint box with the blue face guy and the Ricardo Montalban white coat or whatever. It's like if Ricardo was it Fantasy Island? That's it. Yes. Seeing that guy just makes me think of Fantasy Island, Star Wars style. I keep waiting for the short guy to be walking around too. Gonna get me a little more light on this right here. Blending brush here. We need a little something there. That's all too dark. Now again, all I did was just hammer some of that white in there, but then pre-glaze. That area had been barely touched since 4 hours and some odd minutes ago. Yeah, this old growth, if it's all from that same universe, I would imagine, I don't know, well, I guess you would have the, whatever those kind of somewhat more dingy looking stormtroopers or whatever would be part of that, the box. So yes, Grand Admiral Thrawn is always, to me, just going to be Ricardo Montalban. You show up in his galaxy or whatever, his galaxy that he got sent off to, and he just says, "Welcome to Fantasy Island." I'm going to get more of my white over here. Right in there. Same there. Okay, I might think about a little more light over here. The radiant magenta, brilliant yellow pale. Do that, and then maybe the somewhat larger blending brush here, which is hiding over. No, that's got a little bit too much of our stuff on it there. There you are. That's what I'm looking for. So right here, crazy little edges, which we will do a little tap, tap, tap here. Very gentle. Oh, the other thing too, this old grouse, it is important to have a light grip on that brush. And of course, none of this, right? No death grip on the brush, especially when you're trying to do things like the, as we call it, the brush stroke management and the dry brushy stuff. So always think about a nice gentle grip on that brush. Don't crush it. See if I can get a little more light on these knuckles. There. Again, look, my hand is quite literally closer to the back of the brush than to the front of the brush. Actually, it gives me more leverage, believe it or not. Take a little bit more of our lighter color in here too. Let's take Mr. Blending Brush. This old grouse, and it's interesting because the folks that have kind of over time, kind of a change to that sort of a mindset, they've said that they actually end up being less tired after a painting session. Not quite so sore because that tension kind of just ramps its way up all the way into your shoulder and everything else. So that's the other thing that they have noticed as we. See what we did here with the sandy stuff? We're doing the same thing right here, but not over here, just there. And we can't make it too light. If it's too late, this might be pushing it right. That's as light as I can do that. That's it. Now we switch gears here. We switch gears to add just a smidge of darkness here. Can you see what we've done there? Again, you've got like this behind it, and now all of a sudden there's nothing here. That means it's got to be darker here. So we change that whole thing there very quickly. Don't have that set up here. It's the same stuff we were doing up here, right? And also over here. Same kind of thing. So yeah, this old grouse, for me, that whole death grip on the brush, well, that was beaten out of you quite literally in art school. If your hand was caught on grabbing the metal part of the brush, they would just take the brush away from you after the second warning. Now, how you doing there, surface tension? Oh, and thank you so much, this old grouse. Oh, do we have any of our medicine left? Oh, just a few drops. So yeah, surface tension, a bat in the belfry, so to speak. And thank you so much, this old grouse. Appreciate that. Now, let me do my blending brush over here because that is not supposed to be there. That's all good. So surface tension, if you want to share your Mastodon links like usual. Oh, and surface tension, the pre-glaze on this was just like our miniature from last night, where it was all Egyptian violet. Here, let's turn this around. Yep. So the pre-glaze on both of these exactly the same as far as the skin tone goes. So great to see you there again, surface tension. Again, sorry, the voice is just kind of going here. There's been an awful lot of extra talking here. Not just the videos and the streams, but also talking on the phone. Lots of extra that. Well, I'm just going to need a cough drop here. Ah, good, there is one sitting here. Yeah, it's also been a 4.5 hour stream. Yep, 4.5 hours. So yeah, I might have to might have to raid here because my voice apparently it's just going to be gone. That is not that's less than ideal. That's not the microphone. That's actually my voice. Just kind of deciding to go there. All right, I concur there, Recoil. At least no more talking, right? I definitely concur with that. Yeah, that is, well, the cough drop's starting to take effect a little bit there. Wow. Holy smokes. But thank you so much. Appreciate you being here, Rico and Rico's mom. Also, too, we want to say thanks for all of the bits, the subs, the follows, and the cheers. And the puns and the limericks. We had puns and limericks, both of those. We had lots of, well, sheer fab. Oh, thanks, Grand Oracle. Surface tension, it's really fun, and it's just not that difficult, right? Because all you really have to do is whatever's underneath that, right? That just kind of makes sure you have a little hint of that color, like what we did down over here. So thank you so much, everybody. Appreciate that. Here, let me see. Well, let's see. I know Irid is doing her the jewelry stuff there, and Touch of Chaos is working on a drawing of some kind. But here, let's head on over to Irid's there. So again, we'll review what we've got here. Again, that is a fabulous. I almost said Nutshell Altair. That's another company I really like, but this is from Bella Nacht. Bella Nacht Miniatures here. Fabulous STL file. Again, lots of pure cloth, subtle things. One last film noir, maybe. Because I don't know if you had a chance to see any of these. There. So again, yeah, there's some shading there, but really the contrast comes in the form of color contrast. So see you later there, Recoil. And here, I'm going to get the array countdown started like so, because that takes a little while there. So yes, Egyptian violet as a pre-glaze for the fabulous skin tones. And see you later there, Rico, and see you later there too, Doji. Thank you so much. And I'll see everybody, well, hopefully Monday. See you later there, Landrast.